that roar of thunder, hear those tires scream. Is every boy's hero, every lady's dream. Flying down highway heading west in a streak of black light called the Bandit Express. Look out, the bandit's coming, tires screaming, engine humming. Looks like the bandit's on the move. Look out, the bandit's coming, bet your money and warn the women. Tell those smokies all to take a rest, 'cause they'll never get the Bandit Express. Well, he won't take a detour, 'cause he ain't got the time. He can turn on the nickel and give you change for a dime. Always first, never second best. It's a streak of black lightning called the Bandit Express. Look out, the bandit's coming, tires screaming, engine humming. Looks like the bandit's on the move. Look out, the bandit's coming, bet your money and warn the women. Tell those smokies all to take a rest, 'cause they'll never get the Bandit Express. Look out, the bandit's coming, tires screaming, engine humming. Looks like the bandit's on the move. Look out, the bandit's coming, bet your money and warn the women. Tell those smokies all to take a rest, 'cause they'll never get the Bandit Express. Oh, they'll never get the Bandit Express.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
What is up? I hate YouTube. I really
That's
hate
what's up.
YouTube. I fucking hate YouTube. YouTube can suck my dick. YouTube can lick my fucking nuts. I fucking hate YouTube. I hate it when they fucking change shit.
I don't know, Sparky. You might catch something if you let them do that.
Fucking hate YouTube. So, what is up, everyone? It's been over a week and a half, 2 weeks since we last streamed. Missed out last week's stream. I had some shit to do. So, and I'll talk about why I missed last week. It's no big deal. I just had some previous obligations I said I was gonna do. But no, let me cut right into the chase today with today's fucking nightmare disaster with fucking trying to get this shit set up. So, I've always used the old system on YouTube. I found a way around where I can use the old live dashboard. So, no big deal. It's all set up the way I wanted it. I go into it today, it's gone. I don't have access to it. I can't gain access to it. The only way I can gain access to do live streams is through the quote-unquote new dashboard. I guess they finally decided to opt out of the other one now. So, okay, I have no idea what the fuck to do. I tried to use this dashboard once before. And I've never been able to fucking figure it out. So I said, fuck it, I'm sticking to the old shit. Well, now they made it to where you can't do it. So, okay, fine. Get to roaming around, get to look at things, get a feel for everything. Okay, I think I've got this set up. I think I got this figured out. Set up live events. Look down, I have about 20 other live events planned from a while back that I guess because trying to figure out, I could never figure it out. So, deleted it all down. Got everything transferred over, all the descriptions, all the tags, the thumbnails, not for children, this and that. So, okay. I went to the store real quick, grab me another pack of smokes, get me a monster, get back in, hop in, talk to Penn for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, okay, I have this cool song I want to play. It's from an old movie, Smokey and the Bandit 3. The movie set, but I kind of like the song. It's from Lee Greenwood, the Bandit Express. That was going to be the first song I played. Well, I go for and I try to start the stream about 10 minutes early. So I start trying to start the stream up around 6:50. And it kept wanting to shut down. It kept wanting, no, you're not live. No, you can't get going. No, you can't do this. No, you can't do that. You gotta restart the stream. You gotta do this. It kept wanting to fucking change shit on me. I finally got it nailed down and got it to where I can play it. So I normally just hit start streaming on OBS and it puts it on over to fucking YouTube. Don't have to do anything else. You hit live on OBS, start streaming to fucking YouTube.
See, I'm only giggling because.
Shut up, Penn. Let me finish. Shut up, Penn. Let me finish. Let me finish, Penn.
You can finish. It's fine. I just know what you did wrong. It's okay.
I know. Fuck you. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Anyways, so I hit start streaming. Go from my usual button pushes. Go from the startup screen to the starting soon screen. Get my song ready, lined up. Start playing on that. And it's going through. And I see it on YouTube. I see it on the live stream. It's picking up just fine. It's going. Okay, so we got the music. We got the stream starting soon. Everything's going good. But I'm not seeing it really correlate with the chat or with what it's doing on the screen. So I bring it up on my phone and it still says, still waiting for Sparky's Tech Corner. What do you mean you're still waiting for Sparky's? I'm fucking live. So I go through on the computer and I start clicking through on there. I bring up the link for it. It's like, still waiting for Sparky's Tech Corner. It's like, what the fuck is going on? I'm streaming. I am live on OBS. What is wrong? And I get to going through and there's this little button on the fucking top right hand corner of the YouTube page that says go live. I'm like, okay. Now, they can't make this so freaking redundant where you gotta do this 2 fucking button clicks now. Now you gotta go and hit go live on OBS, and then go live on YouTube. There's no way they can do shit like this. Guess what? They did.
Yep.
Fuck you, YouTube.
Yep.
So it's like I waited for the song to end. And then I wait for the dead silence. I hit go live, and it says, your stream is now visible to the public. I'm like, oh my god, you can't be fucking... You gotta be joking with me on this one. So I go through and I play the usual song intro, Hard Trance, Mega Man 2, Dr. Wily Robot remix. And I get through that one, and I'm sitting here talking with Pim while this is going through. He's like, so does this mean that what I just played first is not gonna show up? We don't know. It's like, it may show up, it may not show up. Okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and play it again. So that's where you get the Bandit Express from after the main intro. So if you go back through and you watch this again, and it starts with Bandit Express, then the regular music and Bandit Express again, that's because YouTube's got me so fucked up of how to fucking run it now.
Most likely, it's not going to play it the first time, and it'll only start from the Mega Man stuff. So yeah, Sparky only discovered what most YouTubers have known about for a long time, only because Sparky was committed to using the old system.
Because it's simple. It worked. There was nothing to it. Bam, bam, bam. You're live. You don't have to do anything else. None of this fucking 3-4 fucking... I swear to God, they're making the control panel on YouTube like the fucking control panel of fucking Chernobyl. We all know how that fucking worked out.
Kaboom!
Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm sorry, Sparky. It's like trying to teach a dinosaur how to use a computer, and you're like, some of this information is so damn obvious that it's a wonder that there are people who still exist that don't know about it. And I'm not criticizing you. You've been using the technology, but it's just amazing that you were so stubborn enough to use the old system and then did not know what to do.
This is the reason why I don't use Twitch. It's too fucking complicated to get set up to go through and stream. Yeah, once you get set up and you go through and stream, yes, you can. But then you gotta go back and forth with fucking Twitch and YouTube on the damn streaming keys and OBS in order to go through and get to fucking play. It's like, no, I don't want to do that shit. That's why I set YouTube. It was simpler.
Sparky is a man of simple means.
Yeah, I mean, I overcomplicate the fuck out of shit all the time, but still, give me something simple. It's like...
That's Samaj. Okay, boomer.
I'm close enough. Jesus fucking Christ. And I'm sitting here giving fucking Akagen hell on fucking Tonka stream because he keeps fucking up on the live stream. He says, if he's using this fucking new setup, I can see why he fucks up all the time. Jesus.
Man Squatch with Sparky, I made you a present. I find you playing Smokey and the Bandit a microaggression because I am California, where my governor failed to fund our firefighters and were filled with smoke.
No.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so that whole deal with the California fires and stuff like that, really, when it comes to a large-scale event like that, that kind of comes out of the hands of the state. And it goes to the Department of Forestry. And right now, they're doing everything they can. You gotta understand, when those wildfires get to thousands and thousands and thousands of acres, there's not a lot you can fucking do. The only thing you can do is hopefully evacuate people, try to get ahead of it, get it blocked off, cut off the fires.
Make breaks. Do backfires in order to choke it
out? Because you're not going to fight it directly. The only way you can fight it then is to cut off its fuel source, backbone it to itself, and hope for the best. And a lot of times, with the way the California... the Santa Ana winds. No, it's not. I can't remember it's the term for the name of the rain gusts that happens down there, but I can't remember it. But they get a lot of downdraft winds, and the way those forests are, what happens is a lot of embers and kindling and stuff like that that's already burning gets blown up into the air and travels. That shit can travel for miles, still burning, and it lands and lights up new fires. So I mean, it's almost an endless battle. Right now, I know the Cherokee Fire Dancers are out there right now because I keep tabs of them because I used to be one of them. They're out there right now. There's several hot shot crews out there. There's tanker crews out there. There's really not much you can do. So
let's see. California is dealing with fires right now, and Louisiana is about to deal with some massive flooding. We got 2 hurricanes out there. Marco's going to stop by, and then Laura is going to come over and say hi. Give Louisiana a little kiss.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man, Scrotch, really?
We have a Delta breeze, which will bring the smoke from right up to my neck of the woods. Jesus.
Okay, I'm going to show this to everyone.
People are wondering why can't they just rename Laura to Polo? Then we can have Marco Polo.
Yeah, take a look at the meme Man Squatch made.
Where is it?
I've got on screen right now.
Delayed, sir. Delayed.
It's only delayed by about 10 seconds, 10-15 seconds.
You got stream. Very good, Man
Jesus
Squatch.
Christ.
Very good.
So, alright, so while I'm going on fucking rants and stuff like that, I'm not gonna name names. Because I really want to be nice to this individual, so I'm just not gonna name names. But, on YouTube, well, not on YouTube, fuck, why am I saying YouTube? Fuck, YouTube's got me so fucking triggered right now. It's like, on Twitter, if I don't respond to your DMs, it usually means I don't want to talk to you. That does not mean continuously spamming random people's tweets at me at DMs. Don't do it. Please.
Have you been having a Twitter parade today? Yesterday?
No, not
The
today.
day before?
Yesterday I did, just trying to bait a bunch of idiots. Or was that today? Maybe it was today. I can't remember. Yesterday and today, I've been trying to, I've been baiting a couple fucking
Sparky.
idiots out there. But what?
I think you have a problem. I think
No,
you have a Twitter addiction.
I don't have a Twitter addiction because I usually just set it, leave it, and go.
It's time to put it down, Sparky. I'm here for you.
Oh fuck.
See, you're a lot worse than me right now. You keep arguing with these idiots. I guess if you find entertainment...
Oh, time out. It's hard to argue with idiots when they have you blocked.
Yeah, but you still sit there and you retweet other people who are arguing with these idiots. And then you're adding your own commentary on top of it.
Yeah, you know why? Because these idiots also go at other people. Oh my god, you don't have integrity. You can't take criticism because you block people.
Then
When
why
they
do you
when they do it to fucking other people, and it's like, I'm calling your ass out for it. I'm tagging you. I'm dragging you for the fucking month because you are a fucking hypocrite.
But you know they're not going to listen. I might stop after a day or two.
I don't
You've
care.
been going on for weeks,
I
Sparky.
will go on for months if I have to. Ask Herb. He's seen me do it.
There's nothing you can do more productive.
Why? It just
Like
takes a
figuring
couple...
out how to use YouTube correctly? Oh,
Fuck you, Pin.
thank you very much, Sparky.
But no, it's not my fault they fucking took away my toys. Don't take away my toys. It's like, no.
They're not taking away your toys. They're updating your toys, sir.
I don't want to update. I am one of those people. I will stick on one version of software, and I will not change from that version for God knows. That's the reason why I don't drive newer vehicles.
Sir, you are the millennial version of a dinosaur.
Hey, I drive a 1998 Ford Explorer, and I also have a 1990 Ford Ranger I'm rebuilding.
You have people who watch your stream that are older than that. Or, sorry, that are younger. You know what I mean. God damn it, Sparky.
Dr. Herb says Sparky's Twitter is inspiring. I don't know about that, but...
What, for inspiring for the world record of Spurgs?
No. Okay, so I'll quote this one tweet because it just got retweeted. But I put out there, and if you know how I am. If I get hit by TOS, I get hit by TOS. I know what I'm doing on this one, so I know if it gets hit, it gets hit. Oh well, bad on me. But I really doubt it's going to. And especially mentioning it on stream because I really doubt these idiots fucking watch. And if they do, oh well, who cares? But it's like I retweeted a couple screenshots from Blacks. And Blacks went through and he put out a statement about Leafy because I guess Leafy's YouTube account got completely shut down.
Okay.
I don't even know who Leafy is. I know he's a commentary fucktard that lies and does a bunch of disingenuous shit. I know that much. But Bo Blacks Josh says, sad to see people celebrating Leafy's termination. I wouldn't do that even for people I dislike, such as I Am Alex. Everyone deserves a platform unless they're doing crazy shit like murder, porn, Nazi ideals, etc. That's a noble statement. Except for when you go through and you look at one of the posts that he did to someone else, and I'm gonna say somebody's name. I don't want anybody to be triggered, but Tonka had one of his streams get Bo Blacks. And I use the term Bo Blacks. It means Bo Blacks clipped out a stream portion and actually did another one that's an entire stream because the stream was quote unquote gone and wasn't gone. But anyways, and for about about 6 months, he gave him 6 months to remove it. It's like, remove the stream clip from your channel. And he outright refused. Like, it's not, if you want it removed, you go ahead and DMCA strike it. And it's on record with him saying this. There's sound clips. I've got sound clips of it. Well, anyways, he kind of notified it. And 2 portions in this whole kind of notification I want to point out. This clip is from the video from Tonka Saw's channel. And it's fighting / debate channel, blah, 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 blah. And it continues going down. If the claimant is attempted to take ownership of content 11 minutes and onwards, that work is not claimant's property as it's complied to original recording and should have their account terminated for attempting to do a solicit strike against someone. And that was part of the claims that he filed against Tonkasaw. That's what he wrote to YouTube. And unfortunately, I guess he didn't realize that the claimant that filed that claimant also sees this descriptionary persona that they type. And yeah, so that got distributed around too because, hey, guess what? Bo Blacks said to the MCA strike it if he wanted the channel gone now. Now he's sitting around saying, oh, well, it's a false claim. You need to terminate his channel. Along with that, Bo Blacks also sent out, and then it's called the INSON, and it's basically it's basically going and saying the N-word a bunch of times, being disparaging, and actually being racist. And he says that it was leaked, and it was leaked, and it was something that's never supposed to get out. Even though it's on several streams that he's been on, played, it's on his own personal SoundCloud for people to buy. It's on iTunes. It's out in the public, but yet it was leaked. And then somebody grabbed it and posted it up. And basically pointing stuff out within the song. Basically doing a bit-by-bit commentary of it. Guess what? EDMC striked it. So, yeah. It's like, okay. You beating on for over 3 or 4 months about a fucking girl watching anime and filing false DMCA strike, and you do the same. Okay, fine. Those are the type of people I don't mind lambasting. And Rogue asks, I have to ask why, because it happened. He's not dead. He's actually streaming right now on his channel, Tonky Time. Pokimane was the target of Leafy. Yeah, I don't know about the whole drama between Leafy and all these other people like Pokimane and stuff like that. I do know a lot of the fucking commentary community go overboard in their videos about her. And and I know I know the commentary communities went out and said, "Oh, free speech, criticism, it's all right, it's all free speech." Because no, it's not. Section 230, states that the platforms can do what they do. YouTube's platform rules specifically state, and it's grade area for a reason. It can be interpreted by anyone. You gotta take the slightest deviation in harassment, what you think can happen, and take that into account. It may not be harassing for you, but for someone else it might be. Harassment is subjective. You cannot go by your own standards. You gotta put that standard through a absolute scrutiny of things to go through and make sure it's not gonna get hit. If you don't do that and you get hit by terms of service, I don't feel sorry for you. I've stated this many times. You get what you deserve. Just like on this, if Blood Blacks wanted to go up and go, "Oh, well, he said these things about me, hit me with TOS," and YouTube hit this stream right now with TOS, well, okay, well, I did say some things about him. It is what it is. We all got followed by these fucking rules. Ro says, "Not quite, man. If you are within the white list, you're safe." Sparkles, I just asked why Leafy came back. Never go after hard accounts. I don't know why Leafy came back. I don't know if he came back. I just know all of his fucking channels are gone now.
Well, he's got accepted onto Storyfire or Firestore or whatever it was.
Oh no, I've got a puppet name for that account. It's called Dumpster Fire, not Storyfire.
Well, if another streaming service can pick them up and they can survive, hey, good on them.
Yeah, Storyfire's gonna become just like DLive. You know what DLive does? They leak personal accounts and informations to other streamers, bigger streamers, like Ethan Ralph.
I mean, maybe.
Storyfire's gotta be the exact same thing. Just like streaming, just like, that's why I haven't moved over to them. And it's gonna be whatever. It's not gonna last long.
Quite honestly, just like with anything else, if you're gonna pick a fight, expect to get shit for it too. So, karma. If you're gonna continuously go after people, with nonsense or not, then expect somebody to turn around and bite you in the ass, whether it's the content creators or the platform who seems to favor them.
Exactly.
So
now, and before anyone goes says, "Oh, I'm going after people" and stuff like that, no, I go after people on the basis of going after them with their own principles. If they want to go after other people because of their principles, like Ethan Ralph or Augie or John's or any of them, they have certain standards that they hold. They quote unquote state they hold. They want to hold other people too. You should be able to hold those same standards to those characters or characters within their own community, because the golden rule of everything: you police your friends more than what you police others.
But that's not how this works.
I know exactly this is not how this works. I also know they don't hold by those rules. It's anything I can get away with, and anything I can slap you with, I'm gonna slap you with. Even more so if I don't like you.
Hello, Ro.
Hey, Rube. So I hold them to their own standards, and they can hold it. Well, they usually block me, and I find it fucking hilarious, especially when they go on tirades. Oh, because I think Bo Blacks and Augie went on a rant going, "Well, H3 Productions has got us blocked. They can't take criticism. They can't take this and they can't take that." You got me blocked. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, I could block you if I really, really wanted to.
I mean, you could, Rogue.
I'm not talking about you, Rogue.
You find it more
No,
entertaining
but
not to.
Since everybody else is blocking, I think GNF could probably do that as well.
I gotta turn Rogue's volume up.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, no, here's the thing. I don't mind. I don't mind people block. If you want to use a function of the site, do it. I do it. I don't hold anyone's feet to the fire if they want to block someone. Those tools are out. Those tools are out there for if you're being bothered by someone or being bugged by someone. You just don't want to see the content. You can block them. You can move on with it.
So, guys, you heard it here first. Sparky is giving you permission to block him on Twitter.
No, go ahead, block me on Twitter. That's fine. I'm only gonna have an issue with it if you try throwing it as an issue towards other people. If you try throwing that standard to, oh, you block people because you can't take criticism and this and that, I'm going to hold you to that same standard. Even though I have the standard of, I don't care what you do, it's just a simple fact that you yourself go against your own standards by doing that.
What, the standards?
Yeah. Alright, so if you go out and you say to someone that you're going at or you're talking to, oh, well, this person blocked me, you want to make a mockery of them, well, they blocked me because they can't take criticism, or what I have to say has to be true because they blocked me for it, blah, 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 blah. But then you turn around and you block someone else because they make a point that counteracts yours. How does that make you look? You just went out to do the same thing to someone else, but you did that same action to someone else.
Ready? What would that make me or the other person who actually blocked that person who ultimately ended up getting whatever? See here. The proper terminology is inclusive.
I would say I would say hypocrite.
No, inclusive because again that would be a small group of individuals who have an echo chamber for their degree of diversity.
Okay,
Oh,
I see where you're taking this.
No, Rogue is completely right. Rogue is completely correct. They're being inclusive. And I'm going to be the
They
next
want to have,
president of the United States.
inclusivity. They have a certain individual groups that they want to hear from, and only from those groups. And anybody who creates a counter narrative or gets them kind of flustered to the point where their feelings might get hurt or something like that. It's usually better just to shut down that part of conversation and not really have a good sit down and actually discuss why that person may have a counter narrative.
Yeah. Well,
Supposedly,
you
teachers are getting concerned that their kids are open to saying, "Yeah, I listen to Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson," and use words like MAGA and cuck.
All right. Well, one thing I do want to share, because I will use this. This is gonna be the one and only time you see me hold something up as a trophy. The one and only time you see it.
I will get to call you out then the next time that you do it because this is not the first time, Sparky.
Oh, all right. Time out.
All I can say is everybody get your Polaroid cameras out. You only have 5 seconds. Take as many pictures as possible.
And then spread them all over the internet.
Yes, please.
All right. No. Ethan Ralph. So who knows a little bit about Ethan? Not the past drama or anything, but just him as a person.
You mean Ruff the Hut? Yeah, I know him as a person, unfortunately.
Okay. Let me show this real quick. There we go.
That's a lot of clicking. And Jesus,
Well, I
we're
mean,
gonna wait for it
there's
to
always
update on the
clicking
stream. And
So
wait,
those
and wait,
with
and wait.
the flash photography, please don't hesitate. Take as many pictures as possible.
Ah, Ralph blocked you.
He blocked me. I said one thing to him.
That's normal standard with Ethan.
Actually, it's not. It's actually not that much of a trophy. Maddie apparently ended up getting blocked by Ralph a long time ago, and she doesn't know for what. And then he eventually unblocked her.
I
because
can pretty much
he's probably
give
got
you
a
many
plot or
different
something.
reasons of why he decided to rage block.
Oh, I know. He fucked up.
Does this have anything to do with the supposed revenge porn I've heard about?
Yeah, see, that's the problem with revenge porn. Can
Wasn't
we
it revenge
classify it
porn
really
of
as
himself?
revenge porn?
Like, I don't even know the full story of this.
Okay, I'll cut this down as quickly as I can because it's been talked about on numerous streams to fucking death. Alright, so even
Those
Ralph.
must be streams I didn't watch. So
Well, it's short version, as
okay.
short as concise as that can be. So
Clean
even
LDR.
even Ralph, whenever he was married and he
Mhm.
got divorced, and before he went to jail, he was talking to a couple different people, a couple different girls. After he got released from jail and this whole fucking pandemic thing came along, one of his he started dating one of his little editorial staff members, and they had a fling for a while. I guess her name was Ada. And during this time that he was talking to her, he was also talking to another girl, and it shows him on record on Twitter talking to this girl several times. This girl was under the age of 18 at the time.
Ooh.
At the time. Actually, and it goes back to, and people have traced it back, he actually met up with this girl because she lives around the California area. He lives around, I want to say, Virginia. Yeah, he lives in Virginia.
Yes,
He
that's
met
right.
up with this girl back when she was 17. Quote unquote, just fast forward about a month later, she just recently turned 18 and then went to go down to stay with Ralph. She lied to her parents and then lied to her supposed current boyfriend. The boyfriend's in not a good position either because he outright admitted that she sent him descriptive pictures of her while she was under the age of 18. We can only imagine the same thing happened to Ralph as Ralph was talking to her.
Question. Okay, I'm gonna ask a question here.
What?
You might not think it matters, but I'm asking the question anyways. How old is her boyfriend? Oh, how old was her ex-boyfriend?
Her ex-boyfriend is like 21, 22.
Okay.
I said the boyfriend is not in the best of light either. This ain't trying
they
to
are within that. They
Well,
are within that 4 year.
within reason. Now I'm gonna have the basic question of a lifetime here. When did intercourse take place between these two lovely individuals?
Yeah, thank you. That's also important.
about, well, as of
Before
when,
or after she turned 18?
it had to have been after, I would presume.
Yeah. So
It would have to be after.
if by chance she's after and decides to have some sexual escapades, then she's within the legal terminology as consenting, and she's no longer a minor.
That's true, but here's the problem with this whole scenario, and it's not going towards the fact of, oh well, she was underage or anything like that. It's the fact that he has talked to her for a long time before this.
Fair enough, but
Even Ralph is also 34 years old.
no. I'm not talking about. I wasn't focusing on Ralph.
And you're gonna tell me that you're not gonna, you Sparky may end up having a conversation with a young lady who just happens to be, let's say, 14. And many years later, she comes out and has the hots on you. You, who is going through, I'd say, some troubled time with the missus, and you feel a little bit, I don't know, hard up would be a good terminology. Now, she's legal, but you had this conversation with her since she's been 14. Am I supposed to say that, hey, you, Sparky, you're gross because you talked to a 14-year-old and groomed her all the way up till this point in order to have the slam dance with her?
I would never
mean-
do that.
Or is
I
it
would never do
possible-
that.
That argument
I'm
might
saying, or
only be
is it
valid.
possible that she, regardless of the situation, manipulated it to a point where she was in control?
You make a valid point. First off on that would never happen. I
Just
tried.
saying
I
it's
tried.
hypothetical.
hypothetical. No,
Yes.
I won't do it. There's too much. There's too much risk there. There's too much risk there for me to even attempt to even fathom the idea. No, I've got for me myself. If I go through and I start dating someone else, anything like that, I've got an age limit gap, and it is well above the age of 24. So
Again, I get it, but like I said before, that's you yourself. But let's say you have the same kind of, let's say, same levels of mentality as somebody like Ethan Ralph, who unfortunately is the physical recreation of Jabba the Hutt.
you're not wrong.
Well,
Okay.
who did it better first, Jarbo or Ralph?
Apparently, Ralph beat him.
Ralph beat him hands down. Okay, you got Matt dunking on him nonstop now,
Yeah.
and he is in the right.
Jesus
But
Christ.
at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, if the particular person in question, being female, has decided that hey, she's got her eyes locked on you, she's going to pursue at any age any form of action with you, whether it be sexual or just hanging out.
I would also sit there and question what are the age of consent laws in Virginia versus California.
Well,
So-
it's not even the age of consent, and that's not even
No, I mean,
the issue. That's not
It
even the
would be
issue.
the issue,
It
but
is not the biggest issue, but if it ever came to legal matters, it could be a question. Yes.
yeah, but if we're just going to take this on the basis of the opinion, what is it, the court of public opinion,
Mhm.
then it doesn't matter what the situation is. Ralph is in the wrong regardless, because you can make up whatever bullshit that you want.
Okay, hang on, man. I gotta say something to Renslayer. Matt is still false flagging trash. One, I'm not gonna criticize Matt for flagging. I'm not gonna criticize him for using a function of a site, for whatever reason he wants to. I have flagged plenty of people. I don't have an issue stating that. If I find content that is supposedly breaking TOS, and I feel like it is, I will flag it. I'll put a description down, and I'll let YouTube handle it. If it's against TOS, YouTube will do the thing. If it's not, it won't. If it does and gets kind of notified, and YouTube takes a second look and it's not against it, okay, it's not. I'm not gonna fucking dunk on Matt for using a function of a website that anyone with a fucking login can do.
Yeah, the only problem, and I've said this to you, Sparky, the only problem I have is that it might be a function of the website, but you know that there are people who will abuse it.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
not
but
just the
abuse it?
abuse, not just the abuse that could be there, but even outrighting saying you've never used it until you were caught. And that's the problem, and that's where people have issues with Matt. It's not the fact
Okay.
that he used the system itself. Is that he's gone out of his way for the longest fucking time denying that he's ever used it.
Yeah, it's one of those
Until he was
fluxes.
caught, and
Yeah,
then
it's one of those
he
fluxes.
was put up on the chopping block, and no one really cares after now.
Yeah, it's one of those fluxes that everybody's done at one point in time.
Of course, but again, be honest about it.
Yeah, it's like that's
He
why
wasn't honest when he said it. He was like, "Oh, I was in a bad time," and you can see a slew of different things on the screen that's like, dude, just say that,
Stop.
yeah, you flagged this guy.
You just say you have a problem. Just admit it. Admitting it is the first step to recovery.
Yeah, and now he's been done on for 2 years. It's been 2 years. Who fucking cares now? It's like move on. He's done better things now. It's
Yeah,
whatever.
Uber Eats. He's been doing really good as an Uber driver. All I can say, Jim doesn't care, and even though Jim is still trying to figure what he's going to be doing with his internet, he pretty much is walked away from the
The drama.
enlightened individuals from the Sargonite.
Jim has walked away for the simple fact that the people he used to hang out with are now doing shitty things, and now he can't call him out for it because it'll tear him down.
Because
Okay,
of what?
he hung out with Ethan Ralph. He hung out with a couple of those
Actually,
other
he's
people.
he's come out and he's also made fun of Ethan Ralph. He's made fun
He's
of
made
Sasha,
he's
made fun of everybody.
he's
Oh,
made
wait a
fun
minute.
of
That
has
never
no
stopped
friends.
him
Time
before
out.
about making
Time
fun of
out.
people.
Time out.
Yeah.
He's made fun of Ethan Ralph. Okay, fine. Let's go back 2 years ago to Matt Jabo. Okay. He was also one of the main players in trying to tear Matt down. Oh yeah, he flagged people. He flagged people. He flagged. There is records.
The only
There
reason
is. There is.
he's even stated it on his own little shows. The only reason why he does that is because of the factor that Jarbo at the time was lying about the factor.
Okay, what about Ethan? There's records of him going out there and false flagging people too.
And Jim
Hundreds
has
of.
also called him out on that as well.
He has
Right.
not.
Yes, he has.
He has.
Where? Where has he?
His streams.
What streams? Where at? I haven't seen it.
Well-
Nobody's seen it.
I mean, to be fair, Jim hasn't streamed in a while, but
Yeah, and this came
Nothing-
out within the last couple months too.
If Jim's thing is
when
that he
was
does not give
on
a fuck.
Stream.me, he did that there. Were you there watching Stream.me? I bet you weren't, because most people didn't even know they was over there before it actually was taken away.
So it's real convenient that he called him out, but there's no proof of it. There's no record of it.
Where's
You won't get a
what the
record of
fuck
it because Jim doesn't
Spark.
keep anything.
What the fuck happened to Jim's YouTube channel? He had to fucking take everything down and put up those stupid weather reports.
Yeah. He can't keep anything up because of the fact that people attack him.
Mm-hmm.
Period. Now, he's
There
gotten
might be
into
records
the
other
habit of
places of
taking
people
down
who
the
did.
stream the moment he finishes live streaming.
Cool.
You have
He
maybe,
can't.
if you're lucky, 4 hours before he takes
can't.
it down.
He can't post something up on Twitter saying, Ethan Ralph's a flagging piece of shit. And I should have called him out a while ago because I called Matt out for the same thing.
If you think that Jim is afraid of calling Ethan out, you got another thing coming.
Jim is fucking afraid of Ethan Ralph.
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
Then why doesn't he do it?
He probably hasn't. That doesn't care anymore. He's now ragging on.
He only cared when it conveniently benefited him. Now that it doesn't, he doesn't seem to care no more.
I have to agree with the Jew on this one.
And
like anybody, hang on, like anybody talks about anything when it comes down to the political motivations for the benefit for their clicks, their eyeball count. Do you think that most people are going around talking about what was happening in Iran right this minute? No, because again, it doesn't give them enough clicks and eyeball. So they're going to be talking about something that is the most inept, most
Ethan is
insane
so
conversation that is most childish
right
where no one really cares. Like, for example, Tonka and what was it, Andy Worski doing the fucking battle. The rest of whatever they were supposed to be doing. Everybody was talking about how bad that Tonka decided to puss out and all that kind of shit. Right? Do you know how much attention that gave them? A lot.
Mm-hmm.
So now this is no longer a conversation anymore. Now
you don't have to continuously call somebody out. All you have to do is do it once, and then it's over. Because then you move on to the next thing. It's kind of like why I jabbed at you before the show, Sparky, about you continuously going at these people like Blow Blacks, Tipser, John Swan. It's like you do it once. Do it once and you do it well. And then go find something else to do. Because in the long run, you don't have any effect on them. They don't care. They're going to block you. But then you keep screaming into the void.
Well, time out.
Hold on. No, I'm not finished.
Oh, fine. Continue on, and I'll fucking blow your point out of the water.
You could try.
Oh,
I might go at somebody 1-2 days at max, and then I walk away because there's more important things to do. There are things that are worth more of my time than to continuously argue with somebody, continuously call them out. Ethan is fucking small potatoes to Jim. That's how insignificant Ethan has become. If Jim does not think it is relevant to keep calling him out, to keep griping on him. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, Rogue, how long did Jim go at Sargon for?
Not even a couple of weeks.
Thank you. And then he moved on.
Yeah.
Sargon kept on trying to revive it, and Jim's like, nah, fuck that. I got other things to do.
Yeah, Jim's the giant troll that everybody enjoys listening to. He catches the most interesting things that are for him and for his unusual group of trolls. So if he gets bored of the conversation, he moves on.
All right, cool.
It's
So
no longer
go ahead and try to blow me out of the
relevant.
water, Sparky. Go ahead. I'll let you take your shot.
Because I can go back on Jim the Weatherman's Twitter and look all the way back through it. Nothing. You see him calling out a bunch of other stuff that he used to be relevant with a while back. All the people he's joined up with doesn't say a fucking word about him at all.
Technically doesn't have to, but because
he
technically
doesn't have to. But he made
just
a
because...
name for himself doing shit
and,
like that.
Again, and
he's a
if
disingenuous piece of shit then.
No.
Jim 81 Jim has been doing this for a very fucking long time. Since the dawn of fucking YouTube. Right? He's played and danced with all different types. Hell, he has created, personalities such as Tonka Saw, Andy Worski, Ethan Ralph, and
that
a few
never
others.
stopped him from blowing
If it
Donga
wasn't
Donga.
for the factor that he jumped onto their streams, they would not be relevant as much as they were. Right? Now that he's walked away from them, said, I don't have time to deal with them.
They can kind of just destroy themselves.
And he's watched them destroy themselves. And he's pointed out several different times and several different ways. And he's had the same bloody comment from individuals such as yourself. Why haven't you called this person out? And he stated, why? Why should I? They've destroyed themselves. What is there more to say? You know what? Maybe you should call them out.
I have.
And maybe you should actually make many big videos that are going to get the eyeball count that you want in order to, garnish the attention that you seem that you
Oh,
need.
No. Time out. And that's the difference between me and Jim, because I don't do it for fucking views, and I don't do it for fucking clicks. I do it on practice of fucking principle, something that none of these fucking guys have.
Sparky, there's so many more things that you could do with that kind of time for your principles.
Yeah.
So then why do you do it?
Because I want to.
Okay, so you want to. You think it benefits you and your time to sit there and scream into the void of a site that is dying anyways. After you've been blocked by more than half of these people.
A site that's dying. What site's dying?
Twitter.
How's it dying?
When I say dying, I mean becoming irrelevant.
What's taking it over? Storyfire? No.
That's not the point.
DLive is supposed to be the replacement for YouTube.
I said Twitter, Sparky.
Well, I'm just giving out examples.
Well, but if you're going to give out samples, at least be a little more consistent.
Actually,
say Gab or
if you really want to
Parler.
go down that rabbit hole of who's taking over Twitter.
Yeah, I was
going
going to say that's a deflection, though.
As well as there's another site that you take pictures with, and that's
Snapchat.
another one that you're doing.
Instagram
and Snapchat.
Yeah, thank you, Snapchat. Those are the two that are taking over the actual Twitter sphere when it comes down to the younger audience in that. All right, and some of the older audience. Twitter itself only has 2% of the world's population on that. 2%. 2% is nothing when it comes down to it. The relevancy of Twitter is only based off of the SJWs that exist there.
That's the point I was
And
kind
if
of getting.
you're going to be yelling at them about, something that Ethan Ralph has done, they really don't care.
No, I just find it funny. No,
Okay.
no, that's all it is. I find it funny.
Fine. That's your amusement. It's fine. But don't you think then that these same people find it amusing to call out other people? You are basically then doing the same exact thing that you're accusing them of doing. And I did warn you, don't become the monsters that you fight.
Don't become the monsters that you fight. You mean do the exact same thing that they do? I haven't. That's the thing.
It could be argued that you are.
How?
basically
Make the argument, Pin.
You don't stop talking about them, just like you keep complaining about them, not stop talking about people that you enjoy watching or that you enjoy defending, Sparky.
No, it's not that I enjoy watching them. I don't even really watch some of those people. I just find it funny that they like to fucking call shit out and get things drawn and lie about shit. And
Well,
then
and then to
throw
other
those
people-
falsehoods into truths. That's why I find fucking funny. And that's why I call out. So if you're gonna call out something, make sure it's the fucking truth. Not some half-baked fucking story attempt to make it look good for you for views and counts to go for a new fucking social climbing.
You can twist this all you want, but to me, just like to you, they find it funny to call out people. You're finding it funny to call out them. And I'm just sitting here just trying to hold up the mirror.
Cool.
that is true, Winsler. Politics does keep Twitter alive.
Yeah, it does.
My,
fine.
my basic question is, what is the truth?
The truth.
No, what is the truth?
About what?
About anything. When it comes down to any form of conversation, let's say with let's say someone like Matt, Jarbo, Tonka, or whomever. Oh, even Jim. What is the truth?
Or Blow Blacks. Fine, you want to go there? Blow Blacks. John Swan. Tipster.
Well, I pretty much said it. I pretty much said it out. Pretty much say out the fucking facts with Bo Blacks. I don't care about this back up.
But you're saying you enjoy fighting them.
I enjoy pointing out the hypocrisy. That's
okay,
all. All I'm doing is pointing out.
And
hypocrisy.
I'm pointing out what I think is your hypocrisy.
What is my hypocrisy, Pin?
That you are doing the same thing that you accuse them of doing.
All right. So
where
have I lied?
I'm not saying that you're lying. I'm not saying that they're lying. But you seem to think that they are. They don't think that they are.
Okay.
You don't think that you are.
All right, time out.
You see what I'm saying?
All right, time out. Whenever Bo... No, time out. All right, time out. I'll pull this up again. And I'll pull it up on stream.
Fine. While you're pulling it up, what were you saying, Rogue?
All I said, what is the truth? That is basically, when it comes down to truth, it's whatever one person deems real.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, so whenever I point out hypocrisy, I mean stuff like this. Stuff that I can actually point to and go, here, look at the comparisons to what they said here and what they said here, and here's the lie. Not, oh, well, it's not fair use, so they're stealing content. Not stuff like that.
You do know that being wrong is not indicative of also lying. Lying requires intent.
All right, time out. All right, so this post here was made yesterday or today. Sad to see people celebrating Leafy's termination. I wouldn't do that even for people I dislike as much as I am Alex. Everyone deserves a platform unless they're doing crazy shit like murder, porn, Nazi ideas, etc. Okay. That was yesterday. This was about 3 weeks ago. This was a DMCA takedown that counter notification that he made to Tonkasaw. Because like I said, Tonkasaw told Bo Blocks to take a stream of his down. He told him for 6 months. Bo Blocks straight up said, if you want the stream down, DMCA it. He gave him 6 months. He warned him and warned him and warned him. Finally, he DMCA'd it. His counter notification had this in it. And should have their accounts terminated. Very contrary to this. Same thing on that note. You shouldn't use the DMCA to file false notifications if it's fair use. Bo Blocks has a channel where he constantly uploads people's content, constantly uploads people's streams from different places, from Twitter, from Instagram, from Twitch. Full fucking streams, full fucking content. No fucking changes whatsoever. Says that it's a archive on Twitter. Turns around and DMCA someone for making a commentary picking apart his racial video he made called the End Song.
Okay,
DMCA struck it. The video is no longer.
I still don't see the connection here.
I still don't see what you're trying to prove. If
No,
Well,
I
I'm
don't see the connect because all I can see is two separate things here. There's an archive-based channel, and then there's something that is a thing that's been done by the same person who does the archive-based channels on I'm guessing on the same channel or on a different channel where somebody commented, which is a whole different conversation all by itself. Are we
commented.
talking about the factor that an archive
Wait,
channel has been
this
created?
ain't this ain't
Or are we talking
archive.
about, is it a
Uh,
commentary that is based off of a different situation altogether?
What I'm saying is he is one of those people that was all up in arms of, getting rid of quote unquote Susie Lou because she stole content. He turned around and he does the same thing to other people. He tells that other person, hey, if you don't like it, DMCA me. Reports back to this person should have this fucking channel removed. This is the counter notification. This is the description that he typed down into the comments when you hit counter notification. You give a description of why you think this video should be counter notified or taken down. This was in that. That gets sent to YouTube and the person that filed the counter notification. This is Tonka's version of it. This is what he's seen that Roblox broke down. This is Bo Blox's own words.
Okay, can I ask again? I'm going to ask another question here. What does Tonka's stream being archived have related to a different conversation about somebody commenting on this kid's other thing?
Why?
You see where I'm trying to get to here?
It proves him to be a hypocrite. Because he says he never files DMCA complaints. He never files DMCA takedowns because he believes in fair use.
Okay.
I've seen the video in question. It's a breakdown. It was like 6 or 7 minutes long of him breaking down a song. It's not a video, it was a song. Quote unquote song. As it goes through, he goes, well, this is, by the depiction, what he's saying here, it's this and that. Moves on, well, this depiction is for this and that. He DMCA'd that. Okay. Same person that claims archiving.
But here's the problem. It's not an archive. An archive channel is different than a commentary channel.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Now, whether it's a DMCA from one person based off of the archive channel, that's a whole different conversation all by itself.
Yeah. Well,
If
here's the
it's
thing.
based off of the comments themselves, again, that's a different conversation, and that kind of requires, a different set of mindsets.
Time out. What are you talking about? Comments? Explain that one because there's nothing about comments on this.
Okay, now here's the problem: when you go into commentary, which is very questionable when it comes down to YouTube. Okay, you fall into this line of feelings and all that. Again, these are terms of services that YouTube has created to destroy commentary.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want commentary. They're not overly taken back if somebody does archiving for the most part because that's been around for quite some time. Now,
Archiving.
are we talking about DMCA based off of somebody making a comment or commentary based video off of a song, or are we talking about something that deals with archiving somebody else's show?
It doesn't matter at the end of the day because
It does.
It does. No, it doesn't. Because the simple
does.
fact, YouTube is not an
nature
archive.
of the content
YouTube-
does depict
No,
the context
YouTube
of
is
the
not
life
an
and-
archive.
Context matters, Sparky, in this one. Context matters greatly. If he changed the actual archived video to make Tonka look bad, then yeah, Tonka does have a degree of legitimacy to whatever, take down strikes or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
As
But
for a commentary on somebody else's video work, that's a whole different conversation.
Okay. All right. So here's the difference between this whole thing. One, it's not a video walk. It was a song. 2, what he did was a rip of an entire stream from YouTube that was still up on his channel, onto his secondary channel. He also did a second one that was a clip. It was like a 15-minute clip of the stream. It was not rearranged and it was not changed. It was just a clip portion from this segment to this segment that he also does. And he does that to other people as well. He told Tonka to DMCA it. He then replied back to Tonka with a counter notification, and I don't think he noticed or knew that this was going to be sent back to Tonka. I think he realized that just knew it was going to be. I really don't. He's such a.
No, I actually think no. Look, if anybody who's played with these particular systems, we all know that whatever we state goes back to that person as a counter narrative.
I am pretty sure this is not the first time Blow Blacks has had counter notifications for DMCA's.
I think this is actually the first time it got thrown back in his face, because he's also been denying it also. So there's that. And Boblox is a fucking idiot. He is 18 years old and does not know how this fucking system works. He has been called out multiple times on shit. He is a fucking idiot when it comes to this.
Okay, so...
And then second, with the song. Okay, 1, it's nowhere on YouTube. Nowhere at all. There's portions where it's played on other streams and stuff like that. However, there was commentary with it. If you go on the basis of going through and breaking down the song, and going through it step by step, this is why I think this means by this, this is why I think this means by this, and this is why I think this means by this. Commentary. Basis of fair use from 1 H3H3 to Aquila versus Sargon and stuff like that. He doesn't have a leg to stand on. But yet, this is the exact same person that beat on about still stolen content. He beat on about it, and even some of his takes is, I think it's, calling out Twitch streamers, because Twitch streamers will go through and play videos on YouTube. He's even turned around and called them out, well, it's low tier thievery just to play content from YouTube on Twitch streams and this and that. But yet he goes through and does the exact same thing, takes Twitch streams and puts them up on his YouTube channel. He is the definition of a fucking hypocrite. That is what I've been calling out.
Again,
there is no lies to it.
I'm sorry, you're comparing apples and oranges. If he is archiving stuff, it is not the same as filing a DMCA on a video with supposed commentary. I'm sorry, it's not. They are not the same thing.
That's not the point and emphasis what I was going from. What I'm saying is he's done this. It is,
though. You're calling him a hypocrite for these two things, but these two things are not the same. One of these things is not like the other.
No, you're right. You're exactly right. Even states in YouTube's policy, you can't fucking do that! God!
Yeah, but unfortunately, YouTube does not always oblige by their own fucking policies.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's what I mean. Like and then these guys fucking...
hang on. If you belong to the whitelist that gives them a huge advertisement revenue, then guess what? All this YouTube policies and that go out the window. That means nothing to them. Right?
It's selective enforcement anyway, so I don't know why we're having an argument about that.
To the other, which is kind of gray, which is the normies list, or you've been blacklisted. You then have to turn around and bend over and hope like hell that they use lube while they use the giant black dildo on you. Because they're going to put as much hurt onto your account as often and as frequently as they want to. That's YouTube. Now, getting back down to the crux of the argument, you have, again, two unlike conversations here. One based around commentary that somebody else did on a body of work that this kid may have created, versus him archiving somebody else's body of work, which he never manipulated or commentated on. So unless you have something that coincides with one of these two different talking points, it's kind of hard to call him a hypocrite. Now,
It's
going
time
over to
out.
the
Time out.
going over to the commentary side of it, you do have a degree of leg to stand on. Going to the archiving, it gets kind of dicey.
Why would you file a DMCA complaint?
I wouldn't.
Why would anyone file a DMCA complaint?
Um, uh, usually
Because somebody's
hang on.
stealing a
Let
body
him
of
answer.
work.
Would you
Sparky,
let me answer?
let
You
him
asked
answer
the
the
question.
question.
Let me answer the question here. You asked it. I need to answer it.
All right, fine.
Usually, copyright claims are the usual reason of why anybody should be, obliging by the DMCA. A copyright claim, period. That's it. It's got to be legitimate. It's got to have a degree of legality behind it. It can't be just willy-nilly because you don't like this person because of whatever reason.
Exactly.
Problem. YouTube has allowed it for a lot of different reasons.
They have to because of the safe harbor provisions. They have to
No,
take
they
that.
don't have to. They don't have to. That's the problem. They're a
Section
private
2.
company. They do no. They're a private company. They do not have to.
Even Sparky,
No.
before you quote Section 230, before you do that, I will also point back to Leonard French when he mentioned, the FCC, was it FCC, FEC, whatever, one of the federal commissions basically said, the system that YouTube has is extremely flawed for both content creators and those who are trying to use their work in a fair manner. That it's too encumbersome for the copyright holders to put together their case in less than 14 to 30 days, and that it's too restrictive for those who get DMCA takedown notices when they believe that their work is within fair use guidelines. So before we even sit there and try to defend YouTube's system, we have to note that it's already been criticized for these issues.
Yes, I know. And let's go back onto that fact with Leonard French. YouTube is implementing the system as stated by law on how it's supposed to. It is a immediate relief if someone feels like that their work of art has been stolen. It is a immediate relief to keep that asset from being stolen. Meaning, when you file a time out, let me finish.
You're not following the idea of what 230 was designed for.
This ain't 230. This is fair use guidelines. Not fair use. This is DMCA guidelines. Let me finish. Whenever you issue a DMCA, it is supposed to be an immediate takedown to prevent any further theft or loss to the creator who feels like their works are being stolen. So, with that being stated, in order for them to comply with the Safe Harbor Act, whenever a DMCA is issued, it has to be immediately taken down. So no further theft happens. Then it goes through the process. Yes, it's a laborious process and it needs to be streamlined a lot better. These are the issues Leonard French was talking about. But for the letter of the law, YouTube is doing exactly what they have to do.
YouTube is doing the bare minimum because they could alleviate a lot of these problems if they simply added in the provision of, we will comply with immediate takedown, but please identify which portion and why, who company you are. Yes, I'm not grammaring good.
Grammaring good.
The problem is that anybody, and this has been proven, anybody can say, I am XYZ, this is my content, take it down. Rogue, what was that thing at the beginning of Gamergate with between Zoe Quinn and Matt Jarbo?
Yeah.
She had no legitimate claim, yet she abused the DMCA system.
Yes, and yes, it's flawed. I'm not disagreeing with that. It is flawed. and you gotta go through a laborious process. There's a waiting time list. It's like 30 days, and nothing's guaranteed and stuff like that. And at the end of it, the final course of action is to take the other person to court if there is a legal standing, or the other person could take the other person to court over the stance.
Sony did the same thing over the Naughty Dog Last of Us game.
Yeah,
they did the same shit.
Yeah. But the problem is, by the time you go to court and stuff like that, it's so freaking tedious and it's so not even worth it.
Yeah. And in the meantime, those who abuse the DMCA get away with it, basically.
Yeah.
And those who are trying to do
we can go into one really big, interesting person. Christopher Bradley used false claim strikes to extort YouTubers.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Maurer did the same thing.
And again, it was gifted to this particular person who was using it as a means to pretty much control what the creator is going to be able to say by YouTube themselves. They didn't do anything for the longest time.
Yeah, and so, like I said, and
not only are they not only are they kind of allowing, damages to happen against creators, but also fraudulent claims for the future to exist on that creator.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that YouTube need to change, to fix, to make it more streamlined and make it more better and make it more legitimate. I'm not arguing that fact.
Okay, so when it comes back down to arguing any form of DMCA by anybody, it's kind of a moot conversation if you're not willing to argue the factor that there's something wrong with the DMCA that YouTube has created.
No, I completely agree with you on that stance. It needs to be fixed. It needs to be streamlined. It has to have some sort of check and balances. I actually think it needs to have some sort of how do I put it? Some sort of a punishment system put into place. You file a false DMCA complaint like they used to with the old system, and I will commend YouTube. They changed the policies to where it used to be 3 DMCA strikes. Doesn't matter if they're false or not, your channel's gone. Now it's not like that. Now it has to be confirmed. It has to go through and stuff like that, and you get a lot more chances if it's towards the creator.
Well, but
now there needs to be some punishments put into place for people falsely doing the MCAs, and they need to make it into a system where you have to be a registered user. You have to be able to tag back to the content that you're DMCAing, and if it comes up false or you don't pursue it, you don't go with it, you get a tally mark, or you get some sort of restriction on your channel or something like that.
And at the same time,
the idea is great. The idea is brilliant, Sparky, but now you're taking away people's anonymity. You're taking their ability to be anonymous.
And at the same time, YouTube has, in recent weeks, applied strikes to people's channels for no apparent reason. There was never any DMCA claims. There were never copyright strike claims. They just got
the reason why that happens there, Pan, is because according to them, because of COVID, the machines have been going back and going over all of the channels and just randomly striking people.
Yeah, so the bots are going to rule the world.
Yeah.
And they need to go through and fix that shit.
No, they won't, because
but they're not incentivized to do it. That's the problem.
That is the reason why their system has eliminated anybody in the commentary section.
They're not incentivized to fix shit unless somebody is paying big dollars and saying, we'll invest in your company if you prop us up.
Now let me ask this, and I forgot to fucking show the stream out. Nice. I completely forgot because of the fucking clusterfuck I had to go through. No. You're right. But are these copyright reasons, or are they also terms of service?
We don't know.
Reasons?
We don't know.
Because with Leafy, it's known why. Platform manipulation.
Is it?
Yes, same thing John got for.
Is it?
Platform
But
manipulation.
here's the problem. Platform manipulation has been around for a lot of different top tier YouTubers.
Hmm.
So are we going to take down the top tier YouTubers just for platform manipulation? Or are we go or is YouTube just, selectively picking individuals?
Mhm.
Because those people don't, toe the political line that they actually have at the moment.
I do not know that one. Let me look at something real quick. It's not what I wanted.
Well, as he's looking that up, hello, Rogue. How are you doing? Because we didn't get to say hi to each other at the beginning of the show.
I do good. I have computers. A computer that has decided not to work for some reason. So
You
I've
said something
removed
about a
parts.
monitor showing up red and something else about a cable.
The monitor itself was because of a poor connection.
It
to
was
the
because of
cable.
it happens all the time with Captain Hook's computer. Every now and then, the connection, either one of the pins mess up because it goes for like multiple color channels on an HDMI cord, and if one of them gets fucked up, it fucks the whole screen up.
Mm.
It's
But anyway,
technology.
I'm now got my gaming laptop up and sat, as well as I've got the medium level. I mean, realistically, an office level computer that's up and about. I got to see what they can actually do, and while I try to figure what the fuck is going on with the other one, I may have to do a complete overhaul and
Again?
remove some parts.
I'm
Again?
actually glad, Sparky, that you started the show a little bit earlier tonight. Because I would have to turn in a little earlier than normal tonight.
All right. Well, let's get back down to it so we can kind of wrap this whole
We,
thing
we
up.
don't have
I,
we
I,
don't
I was
have to
I
wrap
was
up
going
too
to get
quickly.
down
I'm just
to like a particular YouTube channel that's been around for quite some time. I think from pretty close to the dawn, 5 minute cooking, and those kind of cooking channels. Now, there's a few
oh
terms out
yeah,
there
there's
that there's a few terms out there that they seem to be, uh, exploiting. For example, repeat, videos and a few other different things. They've also lied about certain situations, but because of the factor that this particular channel is one of the largest channels on YouTube, and it's a cooking channel,
five
and
minute
it
cooking,
has
5 minute crafts.
5 minute crafts, those kind of things.
Yeah, and
Um,
some of the questionable crafts are how
it's
to do it
very
are dubious
they're
anyways.
not safe whatsoever. You can flag these down and nothing's ever going to happen in these channels because of the factor the analytics themselves produce more money than PewDiePie.
Yeah, that's kind of like why the those creepy children's song channels were hanging around for a bit until enough people complained because they were exploiting the algorithm.
Yeah. So
That's the reason.
exploiting the algorithm or even the channel itself, nothing unheard of. And again, it only affects those who are the under certain echelon of money makers. Like we could probably take down PewDiePie alone on his previous hate speech type conversations that he had,
Hmm. But is
but
it hate
he's still
speech though?
there.
Is it hate speech though?
No, but again, hate speech is kind of vague, but it's in there.
Yeah, but it is
It's
in
even
there.
within 230
But
harassment, hate speech, and a few other different things.
Yeah.
you know what?
That's in 230.
They're
Now,
not.
YouTube is it's within their legal rights to
Mhm.
shut somebody like PewDiePie down right now.
They going to? Most likely not.
Why?
They make them too much. He makes them too much money.
Too much money. So this conversation having, these terms of service and DMCAs and people
It's
being
all selective.
hypocritical. Who the fuck cares? Because it's basically more drama, and it only exists within either Twitter sphere or YouTube.
Yeah, you got a point. And that's the reason why I don't do videos tagging or listing
No,
people's names.
you
That's
don't
why
do
I don't
videos,
do fucking videos like that.
but you sit there and tweet about them for at least 6 hours a day, Sparky.
Hey, that's Twitter. That's not YouTube. That's a
You know,
completely different platform.
Social
kind
media.
of opening up that door to like all different areas. See,
Yeah, social media, Sparky.
I don't have that luxury of time. Hell, I don't even think Medicare has that luxury of time. There's too many other weird shit out there to have fun with.
Mhm.
than me just kind of, I don't know, complaining about what Tonka did in his boom boom room last Tuesday. I don't care.
I'm saying this in the nicest way, Sparky. That's 6 hours that you spend criticizing whom
No,
you
time out,
assume.
time out, time out.
Wait,
Who
no,
says
no,
it's
I'm not
6
finished. Do
hours?
not interrupt me. Do not
No,
finish.
I
I'm
will
not.
interrupt you. What do you come
Stop.
up to fucking hours of 6 hours?
I am just throwing out a number out there because it
Out of your ass.
accumulatively over the course of the week. Because there's not one tweet that I can find in the last 3 days that does not have something to do with
I have a
Roblox.
question for you, Pen.
I'm not done. Hold on, Rogue.
I
In the time that
it
you take there,
relates to what you're going to say.
you can ask it once I'm done, because then it might lead to a foot in mouth scenario. So stop. Let me get out what I want to get out. Sparky,
Mm-hmm.
the arbitrary 6 hours that I'm throwing out there. You've mentioned that you wanted to do more videos for Sparky's Tech Corner Garage. Couldn't you
STC
better use
Garage.
those? Whatever. Couldn't you use that time better to making content for that and doing something better on YouTube than sitting
Yes,
there and
I
complaining
have.
about
I've
something
recorded
else?
for about 4 hours today.
Okay, so leave those other fuckers alone.
My question is very simple. I'm a person like who used to use Twitter for a lot of different things. Propaganda, my area of expertise. Have I been using it for that lately?
No, you haven't, Rogue.
There's been ample of different ammunition presented to me that I could have exploited to bring up my number counts and my Abba accounts. Trust me.
Instead, you sit there playing video
What
games.
what I did with Gamergate is what I could have done with this. Now I've not done it.
That's okay. We both play the same games. It's awesome. It's good. No, you've been providing almost like 6 days out of this week. You've been providing entertainment off of Twitch. We have. You know, when Nemo comes on and when I go on, everybody has their day. But you've been doing something else with it. You've been doing something else, what I think is more productive with your time than seeing Sparky just continuously retweet people. No offense, Herb, but retweeting people like Herb who are retweeting or criticizing people like Blowbacks, John Swan, Tipster. It's like, dude, I'm saying this with utmost love and care as a friend. This is an intervention.
And this is the same person who was hot and heavy on the Stand with Vic stuff on Twitter.
I'm sorry. How long has that been? And what have I said about Vic recently?
You haven't, but I'm just stating.
But I also didn't tweet about Vic like every 3 tweets.
No, it's more like every 12 tweets.
Or Tonka, or Ralph, or whomever.
Yeah. Dude, also they're in appeals right now. There's nothing to tweet about until they move forward.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I understand that one.
But Sparky, I could still sit there and objectively say, looking back at my tweets, did not nearly try to cover Vic as much as you over these other assholes. So I'm comparing myself to you, or you trying to compare me to you. It's not going to work in this situation. And everything went quiet.
No, you've just been going at Black Lives Matter and politics and
riots. But wait a minute.
And
you're okay. Yeah, and new news every single day.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm not targeting one specific idiot.
Okay.
I'm not.
Yeah. All right. So tell me. So no. So tell me.
Idiots.
So tell me this.
Specific idiot.
Tell me this, Pen. What is calling out Black Lives Matter gotta do? Is it gotta get them to stop, or they gotta listen to you? Is it just calling out into the wind? Is it calling out? Is it? Time out. Let me finish. Is calling out the Democratic Party, telling them about the.
Let's see. There's actual crimes happening that other people should know about. So therefore, resharing this information from journalists on the ground seems like a very productive thing to do. Yes, Sparky.
Okay then, but is anybody gonna listen to you?
Some people do.
You can be surprised with how many people are going to listen to something that's politically relevant currently.
I'm not, because I don't fucking pay attention to it.
Okay,
Well,
but that's
that's
you,
you.
Sparky.
Yeah, and that's you also. You might
But
think that
we
my
can't-
time. No, time out. You might think that my time's being put to race towards you. I think that your time's being put to race towards me. It's a different view and objective.
You almost might have a point if I tweeted nearly as much about BLM as you do about Blowback's tipster, John Swan. Sorry, I don't think
Honestly, I don't
do.
even know who those three are, but I know who BLM is. That's something right there. That tells you. I'm usually, within the veins of what's happening with the
One, two, 3, 4,
Mhm.
5, 6.
In how many 24-hour periods, Sparky?
That's within this 24-hour period.
Okay, 6. Is that all?
Yeah. And within
Okay.
this 24-hour period for me, what I did was,
that would
let's
count.
see, 1, 2, 3.
Can we count mine if we're going to count?
I don't have yours pulled up.
I'm pretty sure Rogue has
I
not
can
tweeted
pretty
it
sure.
off,
Given
Oh no,
the
I'm pretty sure you.
right
I'm
now,
pretty sure you
none,
will beat
zip,
us
zero,
You'll
zero.
beat us hands down.
though.
Yeah, but what-
how many did
let's be
Sparky
real.
talk about yesterday?
Each individual has a little niche area. The problem is, and this is something that I pointed out, and I'm going to point out again.
Yeah. And I'm not talking about retweets either,
Activists
Ben.
tend to get more attention than those that are political in some cases.
1.
I'm not
In
talking about.
some cases.
All right, time out. Yeah, I'm not talking about retweets. I'm talking about like retweeting or comment tweeting or putting an actual post out. That's what I mean.
3.
Yeah, but again, I haven't put out any.
3. 4. 5.
Yeah, I know. I haven't used my Twitter on either one of the accounts,
6.
unless it's an automated system saying, "Hey, come over here to watch this."
Let's see, 6, 7, 8, 9,
God counts.
10, 11. I'm just looking at the last 24 hours. 11, 12. That might be 12, but I'll just say 11 because I'm not sure. Let's see, 12, 13, 12. No, I said 12. 13, and I'll be generous and say that's 14, 15. So, Sparky, in the last 24 hours, you've tweeted something either related to blowbacks, retweet somebody about blowbacks or tipster or John Swan, or retweeted a retweet from somebody who is complaining about blowbacks, tipster, or John Swan.
Hey, Pen, I said I wasn't counting retweets towards you. I was counting either commented retweets or actual posts you did.
Well,
It
that
still
was
takes
you.
effort to retweet somebody, though.
It takes a click of a button.
Yeah, but the mental energy of I see this, I agree with it, retweet.
Okay.
Whereas with me, let's see, profile. I retweeted 4 hours ago Clownfish TV with something inspirational. I responded to Ishtar about a stupid, funny thing. Something about the Republican convention and a guy standing out in the middle of high winds with an American flag, because Florida don't give a fuck.
Did
7
you
hours ago.
retweet about the kid being, slightly humiliated, had his sign in that ripped out, and so on and so forth. But,
Let's see, something else about intellectual people having disdain for people who are uneducated, about being Trump voters. Feminism is cancer, 19 hours ago. This country weeps. Portland riots, 19 hours ago. Proud Boys, 19 hours ago.
Like I said, about 4 for you in the last 24 hours. Now, the ones you counted was actually towards the 22nd. I
something
only-
about
Keep going through the whole
I
thing.
only-
boys
uh,
having small
you're-
penises. And then firefighters leading up to another day ago where within black olives matter, shut up.
Black Lives Matter.
Yeah. Hey.
Then
What
Man
the
Squad
hell?
up to 1 day ago.
And you're wrong, it's green.
And like I
So-
said, I was doing within this day confined on the 23rd for you, not the actual 24 hours.
Okay, so BLM specifically related, BLM or Portland riots specifically related.
I said Black Lives Matter and political.
2,
Yeah.
3, 4. Does Proud Boys having small penises count? I'll make it count just because I'm going to be a little generous. 5.
Who are the Proud Boys?
5, 6. Okay, yeah, 6. 6 is still a hell of a lot better with any one particular vague, encompassing topic over, what did I count for Sparky? 12, 13 in a 24-hour period? You still don't have much of a leg to stand on there, Sparky.
Cool. All right.
Anyway,
Considering that I had just as many, if not more, tweets than you within a 24-hour period yesterday, and I had a range of different topics that I talked about, whereas
Cool.
yours were more narrowed in scope.
Cool. And I'll tell you the exact same thing I tell everyone else. You don't like it? Unfollow me and block me.
But I'm not going to unfollow you and block you. I'm just pointing it out that I think you could be doing something more productive with your time.
Okay, that's fine.
I think we also
And I
doing
do,
something more
and
productive.
and whenever I do something more productive, I do it. Like I said, trying to do recordings for the new channel I'm doing for
There you
STC Garage.
There you
And
go.
I am doing that.
So the next time you think about retweeting that blowbacks, just stop it and get some help.
Oh no, I'll call that fucking idiot out all day long if I have to.
Oh, from Winslayer, Rogue hasn't used his Twitter in a while.
No, he hasn't. He's very boomer like on the Twitters.
He's not a boomer, but he's been busy, and reasonably so. There's other things to do.
Twitter, again, as I pointed out, only is for 2% of any form of global population.
I was going to say, you're probably more active over on the Gator and Frog Mines than you are on the actual Twitter.
Yeah.
But yeah, at the end of the day, is anyone gonna care? Probably not. Is anyone gonna see it? Most likely not. Is anyone gonna look at my tweets and go, "Oh my god, it's such a relevating change. This person opened my eyes to this. Oh my god, I was blind." No, and that's not what I'm intending to do. That is not what I do when I retweet stuff like that. When I retweet stuff like that, I point out this and this. This is what this person said here. This is what this person's doing now. I am pointing out the hypocrisy. That's all I'm doing. And there's a record of it then. Because I'm not going to do what Nicholas D'Orio does. I'm not going to wipe my entire fucking Twitter out. I'm not going to go through and delete fucking tweets. I'm not going to go through and wipe this shit out and pretend it didn't fucking happen.
You're not going to like what I'm about to say, and that's okay. But even
Say it.
BLM sits there and they have the right to say, we're just exercising our free expression as they burn down buildings and pull people out of their trucks and start punching the fuck out of them.
Oh no, that's fine. They can do that.
You heard it here, folks. Sparky endorses BLM exercising their freedom of speech by burning buildings and pulling people out of their trucks and beating them half to death.
Yeah, I commend anyone expressing their freedom of expression of telling them to go fuck off, whether it be with words, with fists, or with lead.
I don't think they will because most of them haven't yet.
But no, the fact is I call out hypocrisy. I have a really big issue with people being hypocritical. That is my whole fucking take on the whole thing.
But see,
If
you're gonna call out hypocrites here, then you have to help call out hypocrites everywhere.
Everywhere.
I call it out when I see it.
And then
I've
when
called,
somebody
and
can
I've
use that against you,
and I've
direct
called.
your attention to somewhere else, and then you start. Then you. It. Sparky, your situation is ripe to be manipulated.
No, because I've even called Antoine out publicly. Actually,
No,
recently,
I'm
within the
saying
last couple
that
of months, actually.
all somebody has to do and sit there and go, okay, you're going to call out hypocrisy when you see it, then let me direct your attention to this. Oh, and let me direct your attention to this. Oh, and let me direct your attention over here. And by the time you realize what's going on, you've spent most of your time just trying to call out hypocrites when you could have been doing something else.
True, if I let people do that. No, I focus my attention on what I want to focus my attention on.
Then you're very selective in calling out your hypocrisy. That's what
No,
you're saying.
I'm not selective in it. I only call it out in
That's fine.
substances that I know.
What was the comment that Sparky made?
That he calls out the hypocrisy he wants to call out. So he's selective.
Well, that are interesting to him. So that would be a degree of selection.
Bias.
Things that don't interest him, he would not be, willing to actually call out that hypocrisy basis off the factor that it doesn't interest him.
So
All right,
if he sees
time
it but
out.
it doesn't interest him, then he doesn't call it out.
All right, time out. Time out. I know where you're going with this, and this is why I'm going to nip in the bud. You can say, oh, well, why don't you call it the hypocrisy in politics? I don't give a fuck about politics. I'm not stepping into it. I'm not, time out. I'm not stepping into it. I'm not getting involved with it. In order to get involved with it and to step into it, I've got to learn about it so I don't go in with misinformation.
Sparky's words
I
call it out when I see it. And then I call it out when I see it only if it interests me.
If it interests him. Yes.
All right. Time out.
I don't know. I don't know if I need to do a timeout because the 6 people who are watching have heard exactly what you stated. They can probably do a repeat on that one and go through it and kind of give it back to you. That you stated that you're only interested in calling out the hypocrisy of individuals based off of
if you
things
see
that catch your interest.
And
if it doesn't catch your interest, then it's not going to, garnish your level of hypocrisy or call out for a set hypocrisy.
All right. Time out. I'm reiterating so
here's
you
the
can understand.
4th time.
When it comes down to something like politics, and I'm just using it as politics because I know you two like talking about that. Time out.
Have I had any degree of huge, political conversationals on this one here? No.
On this one, no.
I came in late. One, I had some computer related issues.
Mm-hmm.
I had dinner, and then I heard Sparky over here complain about people who I don't even know, have no idea who the fuck they are, could care less about who these individuals are, and how he wants to call out the hypocrisy of these individuals based off of what interests Sparky after going through this whole mumbo jumbo and getting down to the shakedown of the sediment here. The only time that Sparky is willing to call it a hypocrisy, no matter what the situation is, so as long as it interests him and that he understands the conversation.
Okay. Now you two are just taking my words and twisting them around wherever you want. 1. Interests. Interests that I actually get into. Like with gaming or anime or something that I am involved with either on YouTube and or Twitter. And stuff that I know about. If it's something I don't know about, say, this person over here, this YouTube channel over here, and this YouTube channel over here are being hypocritical. Why don't you call out the hypocrisy in that? What hypocrisy? What are they talking about? What are they doing? Then I've got to get versed in it. Then I got to fucking learn about it. I'm talking about the stuff that I know of. I am interested in. That I am in the middle of. That is what I'm talking about. Whenever I say, oh, Jim, and I call him a hypocrite, because he was involved with this and now he has ducked out and not saying shit. That's what I mean by that. He was involved with it, now he's not. When it comes into politics, I have not been in the middle.
You're going to mention Jim, and I'm going to we kind of go over the process of what he stated at many of his different live streams that are no longer up there because of the factor that either A, he's taken them down, or B, YouTube has removed them outright completely because whatever reason has come up. Because individuals within certain camps that he was friendly with have decided to eliminate any form of conversations about. Let's see here. He has stated that one, he's not friends with these people. Yes, he's hung out with them, but he's not friendly with these people because he has no friends on the internet. He has called out these people in question on different live streams. And unfortunately, that evidence is no longer available to anybody for the most part because of the factor of what I stated earlier. That
Cool.
these individuals have gone out of their way to get rid of this information off of the internet.
Okay, then.
Outside of YouTube terms of service.
And he has other means and ways of putting it back
And
out there. Even just saying something, I don't
hang on. And he's already gone out of his way to pretty much state to anybody who's listened to any of his live shows that he doesn't care enough about these people to have any form of conversation about them, whether they're hypocritical or not. If it doesn't meet his interests, where it's going to be funny, he's not interested in having the conversation. He is about the laughs. This is the reason of why I said he is the typical troll. He's out there for the basic giggles. Once the giggle is over, the conversation moves on to a different area for giggles.
Yeah, slandering somebody falsely and then causing that person great stress because he lied about them.
Slander.
Yeah, funny.
Okay, you say slander. Where do you get this information of slander? Where has he created the slander?
He said that Thrax was a dog fucker and it wasn't. He misinterpreted Thrax to someone else and then went with it because, hey, it got clicks and views. That is well documented.
Okay, and I could do exactly the same thing because of the fact of misinterpretation. Am I going to come out and apologize? No.
Again, just because you're wrong does not mean you're a liar.
No, you could be.
But you don't have
wrong.
to walk back either.
Congratulations, and that happens on many different times, including on some of the bigger people that exist out there on the YouTube sphere. Do they apologize about it? No, they move on. Those who do apologize fake the fucking thing to a point where no one really cares about the apology. It's no longer about the apology. It's about them.
And then the apology is used against them forever.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think people don't like to apologize now? Because it will be used against them forever for whatever means.
Oh, but then there's the apology.
Then why do it?
The apology YouTube. The apology YouTube.
Exactly. Why apologize?
No, why do it to begin with?
Again, for the shits and giggles.
Yeah, they're shit people. This is why I come up with the determination. Jim is a fucking piece of shit.
He doesn't care about that.
Cool. I'm still gonna call him a piece of shit.
Again, you can.
He can sell. He can
really. At the end of the day,
he can sell his
really
hats to Krypton by.
Yeah, again, you're living in. Basically, he's living in your head rent free.
No, I really don't care about Jim. I was just bringing him up because he's just one particular person.
Then why are we going on about how much of a piece of shit that he is? We don't care that he may or may not be a piece of shit.
Yeah,
you may have the idea
that Allison lived in your head,
but you've gone out of your way in a few times, calling him a hypocrite, a piece of shit, and a few other different things.
Yeah,
which
because
he indicates that he irks you for some reason.
He irks me because he's one of those types of people I don't fucking like.
Okay, fine. You don't have to engage with him. Leave it alone.
And I won't be able to engage with him because he won't fucking respond back. He's been gone. I fucking tagged him a couple times on Twitter. He doesn't respond back.
I want to know the reason of why he's gone.
Also, his Mr. Anti-Bully is no longer on Twitter. You know,
no,
that,
it's
right?
something else.
I want to know the reason of why he's gone.
Time out. Hub, if you're still in chat, you know what his Twitter handle is. Can you put that in the chat, please? His new one.
A friend of a friend? A friend of Jim?
Yeah.
No, I don't think it's that. It's another one.
A friend of Jim.
I can't
But
remember what the fucking name is because he goes through
while we
so
wait for her,
fucking
I
many
know
of
what
them.
it is. I know what it is, but I'll let Herb do the work. Anyways, Rogue, while we're waiting for her, when's the last time Allison lived in our heads rent free?
I let that go years ago.
Yeah,
The
it
only
went
time that
after
the only time it became interesting, it was
when
when
we were doing the follow up with
what was it?
Ralph.
The Ralph Retort / Andy Worski / Jim / Tonka / a few others that were interested in having this conversation for Bloodsport.
There you go.
Oh wait, when was Bloodsport?
At least 2 years ago.
Okay, and the only reason why that became interesting is because Jim wanted a certain individual who was poking the bear but didn't want to attack because he's a pacifist, not a fighter. So he's a lover, not a fighter, though he wants to go around and pretty much, poke the bear. That was the only reason why I would get in. But yeah, realistically, like it or not. Yeah, the quarantine goof, yes.
Yeah, that's what it
Um
was.
yeah. And he's been taken off of, Twitter several different times.
And yet he keeps coming back.
Yeah. But under different identities, as per usual. And like it or not, you could probably, respond to him any way you want to, Sparky, but he's not interested in what you have to say.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, I'm just going down the list of tweets.
Oh,
He's more important. His best importance at the moment is the whole, quarantine situation and a few other different things. Hey, wait, politics. Something that you're not interested in, Sparky.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Yeah.
He's realized that he gets better eyeball count with politics than he does with, I don't know, drama shows.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna disagree with that. Yeah, he gets more views and clicks and content like that with that. So he likes to start shit and run away from it.
I've
But
never known Jim to run away
there's
from
a few other
anything.
people. Like Computing Forever is getting a lot more clicks with their political background, even though they're becoming more of an anti-vaxxer as we slowly watch his show.
I don't necessarily think that he's an anti-vaxxer as he is an anti-COVID vaccine,
No,
considering
he's slowly becoming anti-vaxxer. It's just he's got this whole yeah, he's not happy with the whole COVID thing. He
nobody is.
believes that in his neck of the woods, including Australia, that they're using the system against the people, so on and so forth. The only thing I have to say on that one, he's kind of late for that party, especially for Australia.
Yeah, but no, I stand by my point. He starts fights and then runs away from them. He starts something and doesn't finish it.
Again, I don't remember a lot of fights that Jim started. Most fights usually have started by the other person towards Jim.
Or
And
he's
then
been
Jim
involved
gathers
in
as
in
much
some which way, shape,
information
or
that is
form.
actual legit or non-legit and just puts it out there for people to digest the way how they want to digest it.
So, reading a report about somebody in Florida,
Yeah.
no, that they were a dog fucker,
Yeah.
and then tying that to somebody, it doesn't even live in Florida, but tying it to someone and directing all their fans towards them.
No, he
Give
didn't
them
direct anybody.
bullshit, he did.
No, he didn't. The unfortunately, when it comes down to it, those fans that decide to go out, same thing like you and your fans, those that wish to go out of their way to contact said individuals, stating that they're a child fucker or whatever. Is it because of you, or is it because of the fact that the individual themselves have gone out of their way with the information that was available to anybody? And
Wasn't
has
it
decided to go
wasn't
out of their way
Mhm.
on the basis of misconceptions.
a lie.
Now, I would blame the individual who is doing the harassment, not the actual person who gave that information out. It's like having the news. News can be wrong.
Well, YouTube's not a news platform, for one.
Actually, it is.
Oh, wait.
Actually, it's not.
Oh,
It
the
is.
acquisition of Fox, CNN, MSNBC, ABC, NBC, CBS, C-SPAN
The Young
as
Turks,
being propped up as
with a barrage of independent
authoritative.
news articles out. Yeah, they are
It's not a
an
news.
open platform for a lot of different things,
Oh.
including the news.
Yeah, and those are also restreams or re-uploads of segments from news channels, not
Actually, no, not all
directly
of them.
dedicated to that.
No.
No, not all of them.
Not all of them. And
You're
the
not
way
gonna
that
say
they're-
the Verge is. Oh,
We're
yeah.
not talking about The Verge. I'm talking about authoritative news sources. You said that YouTube's not a news source. It's like,
No, I said
yeah,
YouTube.
Do you realize that most
YouTube,
millennials get their news from YouTube?
and you do
The,
know that
the
it's
majority of the
not
news that they get
meant
is actually
for
from
that.
YouTube, and from independent sources who only be found on YouTube, such as the Young Turks or let's see here,
Tim.
who's the
Although
Tim
he's
Pool,
more of
who's
a
also
pundit at this point.
There's quite a few handful of individuals out there that
Mm-hmm.
within different news venues of both Republican and Democratic and conservative and neo-Nazis and a few others that do exist out there that are independent and somehow found their audience through YouTube. As for the legacy news, which is a whole different conversation all by itself, they don't get the same kind of view count as the independent news circuit. So realistically, if you have any form of information, whether it be a conspiracy or not, that garnishes that degree of vitriol for an individual. Is it the person who's reciting the news, whether it be in a humorous way or a non-humorous way, the problem, or is it the individual that is the problem?
Time out. I said YouTube wasn't meant for the news. Didn't say it is for the news. I said it wasn't meant for the news.
But
It
that's what
wasn't
it evolved
meant.
into.
That's what it turned into, yes. But
And
still,
I'm gonna take
still
my
falls
credit
on the basis wasn't meant for. It was meant for broadcasting yourself. Individuals
Carlos,
making
if
videos,
you
either for
broadcast
gaming,
yourself,
anything like that.
hang on, hand. If you broadcast yourself news-related conversation, political or non-political, cooking or gaming, or at one time, I don't know, throwing puppies in the river. That's up to YouTube and how they want to, deal with their analytics on how they're going to give you the view count. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, and it seems that the only people that they've taken a hating to is those who kind of have commentary-related channels, drama-related channels, not news-related channels.
Actually, that right there is a mixed bag. The commentary channels are getting hit are the ones going after people. Going on constantly railing on either other people, either within the platform on YouTube or within other platforms.
Yeah,
Commentary channels going after things like just news related or gaming related or anything like that, they usually don't get touched because it doesn't go within the realms of violating the TOS.
Oh, you mean the hate speed that they've created based around commentary, drama related channels.
Yes, and they
Okay,
have done that to
so that's
themselves.
still kind of that kind of again follows that same vein, the argument I was trying to get into. Um, Again, commentary drama slash related channels are being hit harder than news related channels. You're saying that YouTube wasn't designed for news related, even though they went out of their way to get news related content on their programming since day one of the takeover by Google.
Hence why I said wasn't meant for.
Again, Google took over. They decided to go with what they believed was supposed to be going forward.
Mm-hmm.
They're more interested in becoming a television platform than a independent what we do here platform.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not gonna disagree with that.
So previous ownership, totally different conversation. Current ownership, yeah, they are legacy media focused.
Yep, and they are becoming a dumpster fire.
That again, that is all on them, and nothing that we can do to change that.
No, there isn't.
So, going forward, I guess when it comes down to it, it's all based on the creator who's willing to go along with the analytics that has been gifted to them and have studied to find out exactly where the most interesting areas for them to make, I don't know, a pittance amount of revenue off of whatever advertisement that's left.
Yep.
So
Pretty much sellouts.
call them whatever you want to call them. I call them enterprising because of the factor that they have to learn the market. And unfortunately, the market curve instructs them to go this route. Then they have no other choice to go this route in order for them to make ends meet. Now, they can ultimately stop streaming altogether and go the, I don't know, working drone type position, but not everybody wants to do that. Not everybody's cut out to do that. Henceforth, you have the conversation for universal wages. If that wasn't the case, then that conversation would no longer be a factor. So, realistically, can't call them a sellout. Can't call them a hypocrite. I can't call them anything because of the fact that it's what gains them a degree of eyeball count and interest. That's the problem there, Spark.
Mm-hmm. No,
So
and you
going out
got
of your way to call these people hypocrites and that, all it does is just makes it very difficult for you to gain any form of attention outside of the negative attention that you're garnishing.
I really don't care.
I understand.
If I cared about that, you would see more videos like pointing things out, actually calling people out, actually focusing on one thing or another, trying to go with what's relevant. You don't see that on my channel. You're not gonna see that on my channel. You're only gonna see that if it's something anime related or gaming related on this channel. My other channel, if it's something tech related, maybe. But as far as I think people and shit like that, I'm not gonna make a video dedicated to any one of these people I talk about on Twitter. I'm gonna call out on Twitter. Again, I'm one of these people. I separate the different platforms. Twitter's Twitter, YouTube's YouTube, Facebook's Facebook, Discord's Discord. I don't intermingle to any one of them except for if like shilling out a video for streaming, anything like that. But even then, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna fucking put the title what we're talking about in the stream. I'm not gonna do that because I look at that as what do you call it? Social climbing. There's another fucking term for it. What's it called? Fuck. I can't remember the goddamn term now.
Alright.
I hear it fucking used all the time, and it pisses me off that I can't fucking remember it. Goddamn. I'm gonna think of it. I'm like, goddamn, you're so stupid. I can't fucking remember the name of the damn term. Help me out, Pin.
Oh, she's muted.
Oh, she's me. Oh, I can't. I don't have fucking thing brought up.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got one working computer while I'm actually updating another one. So yeah, I think I'm doing good with one screen.
Oh, you got 2 computers per screen?
Basically, I was mentioning before, I've got my gaming laptop updating because I haven't used it in quite some time. And I've got the other one doing what it's supposed to be doing, which is more of an office-related computer. It's got an i5 in that. I've got to see exactly how much I can actually push on it. Once I get everything somewhat to a passable standard, I'm going to have to look at the main PC itself to see exactly what has caused it to stall.
Clout chasing.
Tippy.
Sorry, I just came up with Tom.
Okay. All right. Cool. But yeah, no. In the meantime, in between time, I've got to figure out exactly what I'm going to be doing for the upcoming streams if I'm able to do so. That's going to be fun and interesting.
Oh, cool. But no, kind of finishing my thought on the point was I'm not gonna be clout chasing. I'm not gonna be grifting. I'm not gonna try garner clicks and views by talking about one particular person or stuff like that on the channel. I don't fucking do that. You come to the channel and just listen what I have to say, or talk to either because you subscribe or you just want to listen, or you see I'm streaming on Twitter and you want to come on and listen, whatever. I'm not gonna try garter. I tried that once before. As the biggest fucking mistake I ever did back 2 years ago. Not gonna fucking do it again.
Makes sense.
So, and to what Penn was saying, yeah, it might be a waste of time, but it's my time to waste. To me, I look at it like this. It doesn't take me very long to go, oh, I have this screen cap. This is what this person did. Call them out on this. About 5 minutes, tweet it. There you go. I'm done with it. It's out there. Somebody responds back to it. Okay, if they don't, well, it's out there. I'm not on Twitter 24/7. I'm not even on Twitter for about maybe not even for like 2 hours a day. I throw a tweet out there. I go on about my business. I'll look at it every now and then and go, oh, response, or oh, notification, look. Or I might open it up and look for it. Oh, yeah, that seems interesting. Yeah, I agree with that. Retweet it. So, I don't know what the whole big thing was about, going about 6 hours or so on it, but okay.
It's an arbitrary number. Basically, the crux of the complaint would be you going about these individuals, targeting these individuals for whatever reason that you deemed of great interest, even though these individuals have turned off the ability to see what you've just said to them. And realistically, you've been on a soft level shadow banned from the different areas so that you're actually talking to no one.
That's true, but people looking at the tweets, if they're not blocked by them, can look at the acts
Yeah,
to
but
them. They can
again,
look
how
at the
many
retweets. They
for
can
you
look at the
yourself,
stuff
how
like
far
that.
of the reach do you have?
Not a lot.
Okay, so if by chance your tweet has been permanently blocked and removed out of the list, even though you can see it, that doesn't necessarily mean that everybody else can see what you just put in there.
Oh no, it can. I went back and looked and checked. You can't. You put in, if I put in at, or I put in a retweet for someone that has me blocked, by going down an alt account and I look
My
for
follow-up
it.
question will be, how many of those have commented back?
Hmm?
How many of those who are able to see your particular tweet has commented or liked you or retweeted or whatever it is back?
I've actually gotten quite a few.
Okay. And are we sure that those individuals aren't also blocked?
No, a lot of them, some of them are actually avid fans of theirs.
Okay, so at the end of the day, so you've got the fandom going up against the naysayers, which is what you're part of. And that's outside of the scope of that particular person's purview, unless they decide to make you a relevant talking point.
Well, if they do, they do. That's on them. That's not
No,
on me.
but again, like I said, but if they don't, that comes down to it.
The point is I'm putting that out there as, hey, they said this here, they said this there. They're contradicting themselves, the hypocrites. They're for this 1 minute, and then the next minute when it's towards them or towards those friends, they're all of a sudden for it. That's all I'm pointing out.
Okay, great. That seems normal.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like the whole in-group, out-group kind of situation that happens with any form of, human interaction.
Yeah.
So, how is that hypocritical in its basic nature?
I don't know. You're the one taking it out to World Realms Rogue.
Oh, I'm just asking
I
questions.
call it as I see it. Whether
Oh,
they
yeah, no, I
listen, whether
understand that.
somebody wants to
All
listen or
I'm
not,
saying is,
it's
how is
whatever.
that hypocritical if that's basic human nature?
What, calling one thing out and then
No.
covering for your friends for the same thing afterwards? I'm sorry. That's not human nature. That's scumbag behavior.
No,
I know.
that is unfortunately human nature. It's called the in-group, out-group.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what we're talking about, but yep.
Yeah. And I don't do that shit.
You don't have an in-group.
If one of you guys did something that
No,
I don't fucking agree
again,
with,
you do
I'd
not
call
have an
you
in-group.
out for it. I've done it.
Again, the question is, you don't have an in-group.
No, I don't. It's fucking stupid.
Okay. Interesting.
Interesting.
How's it
I
interesting?
think he does, but he says he doesn't. I'm not going to debate him on the whole idea, but realistically, the in-group,
I have it.
out-group
Alright,
is-
who's angry?
Well, we would have thought that we would have been one in group. You and Antoine and
Okay,
whoever-
there you go. All right, I was hoping somebody was going to bring up Antoine. Yes, I am friends with Antoine. Yes, I do a lot of stuff with Antoine and stuff like that. He does something shitty, I call him out for it, and I've done it publicly several times. I don't fucking, if I call somebody out for something that,
Here's
I
my
don't agree
question,
with.
Spark. Here's my question: would you attempt to talk to Antoine first before you call him out publicly, to see if you could try to at least understand what he's doing, or at least give your
It,
point of view, so that maybe he can change his behavior before it becomes internet drama? Or would you just go straight to Twitter to complain about him?
It depends on how it happens. If it happens within the backlight, like he does something and I know about it beforehand, I'll talk to him. I'll pull him aside. It's like, hey, this is what I think. I probably don't need to do this. This is probably a big mistake or anything like that. If he goes out and publicly puts his fucking foot in his mouth, like he has done several times, I will then publicly go out on that same thread and call him out on it. Trust me, you can ask him. We've gone into many fights because of it.
Well, then that's just it. It seems to cause unnecessary drama.
Yeah, I
Rogue.
mean, you are looking at moral sensitivity, reward systems, mentalism, empathy, perceptions.
I was going to say, Rogue, how many times have you and I called each called each other out publicly.
I don't think we have done publicly.
But we've had issues with each other,
Privately, yes.
and we've typically resolved them.
Yes.
Yeah, but again, that is the concept of understanding the emotional and try not to get yourself too heavily involved in areas that could cause
But
bad interactions to
like
put you into an
you,
out-group membership and
but
not
hold
within
on.
the in-group bias.
But hold on. You've obviously pulled me aside when you think I've done something wrong that I've done publicly.
Yes.
And I think, though it happens rarely, I've done the same. You might have done something publicly, and I would say, "Hey, Rogue, this
So it's
doesn't
very rare,
jive
but
right."
yes.
There's maybe only ever been one instance, the infamous instance on your previous show with Antoine, Sparky, where there has been an individual who has been publicly called out because they decided to make the issue public first and would not listen to us while we tried to talk to them in
Yes.
the background.
And
Now,
I was supposed to
time
actually.
out.
The funny thing is, the individuals in Sparky's camp wanted me to denounce these individuals, or this individual in question, and I said I could not because that's the individual's problem, not mine.
Right.
Yeah,
So
it was
anything that
it
you
was
had an issue with was in regards to any attacks against you personally.
Yeah.
yeah, and that was also a situation an issue at the time that didn't involve you guys. Also, you stayed out of it too. You didn't know the full ins and outs of it. Also,
Actually, I kind of did. That's the problem. When it
Okay.
comes down to certain individuals within our group, I kind of know most of their beefs. If there's something that's out of the purview that, or has been taken out of the normal purview of their unfortunate conversations or the way how they've expressed themselves, no matter how poorly or how greatly they've done it. I need to understand the mindset from the complaining party, not the actual party that's causing the grievance.
yeah, I don't even. I think I know what you're talking about. I think this was on a what was it?
It was on a Saturday
iOS.
show.
It was on
Sure.
iOS. I think is when you. Yeah, it was on one of Doc's streams, I believe. I haven't even seen that stream. I don't even know what was talked about. I know you guys were going on, but I didn't watch it.
I'm
And-
pretty
Yeah, no,
sure you
I
were on
went
that
on
stream,
to,
but if I'm
pretty
wrong,
much,
No, I wasn't because
according to them, defend the honor of the individual. But at first, and then I'm like, well, I have nothing to do with said individual. Just because he's a member of the group doesn't necessarily mean that we have total control of what he does or says. We have asked him to, reduce the amount of conversation, abuse, or whatever that you guys want to deem it as. But at the end of the day, that was all on him and his belief that his idol was being attacked.
my idol.
not
No,
yours.
his idol.
The individual in question.
We'll have to
Keep in
talk
mind, it
about.
all
We'll
comes
have
back
to
down
time out.
to a wrestle moment,
All
a
right.
fight that never happened.
Oh,
And
that. Oh,
the individuals kind of blowing their own channels apart to a point where they had to recreate themselves again.
okay. Well, that's where they got a lot of things wrong because even to this day, I'll say this much: Tonka is a fucking asshole. I don't even look at him as a fucking idol.
Mercy, but at the end of the day, unfortunately, these individuals have people who idolize them.
Okay,
Right?
we'll have to have
I
a
know
talk.
shocking, but
We
they do have these individuals.
yeah, we will have
And these individuals kind of go in all different group areas, and we have no control over the way how they will think or do or act based off of their idol.
I find
You
it
can call it
funny.
fandom, you can
I
call
find
it
it funny that they
idolism, you
said
can call it
that.
whatever you want. But unfortunately, these individuals will go out of their way to defend somebody or go out of their way to make mockery of somebody. And unfortunately, it's kind of hard for the other group or the individual themselves who they are idolizing, fanboying over, or whatever, have control over the actions of this individual. Comes back down to the same kind of narrative conversation we had earlier, where is it the individual at fault, or is it the person giving out the information at fault?
Yeah, I think when this stream I was even in, because this is whenever Doc. I know when this was. This is whenever Doc switched over to Discord, and I was banned from the Discord. So no, I wasn't on that stream.
I don't think you were.
No, I was not on that stream. I don't even
No, I
think I
know,
watched it.
'cause I was there.
Yeah. So I don't even know what was talked about. I don't even know what was said. I think I need to ask you about that because it's like, wow,
Well, I
that's a
mean,
take.
it
That is a
does have to
take.
do with our individual that we had working with, Jacob, and his tirade over Tonka and Andy Worski, which led
That
over to Antoine and a few others.
Yeah, that
Because
was
he has
like two
interactions with not
completely.
just us. And there's something that we pointed out in a GNF that has showed up on Antoine's stream. How we have Panda and Gabe, and how Gabe came to us, but Gabe is also attached to a lot of different other YouTubers.
Yep.
And we said that he was pretty much the French whore of YouTube, itself. He's been passed around. He's actually probably brings his own outfits, just to do whatever he needs to do within our area. But realistically, if Gabe, Panda, whomever decides to have whatever beef that they want to have with, it's all on them. Now, if we go out of our way to try to, tell them privately or in an open discussion on a stream that maybe they might want to rethink certain actions, might be, within that person's best interest to consider that we're looking out for them, or there might be some other things that have been noticed by other people and could be detrimental to, I don't know, uh, other activities that this person may not want to continue with. Now, whether you want to do that or not, that's up to that individual. So, realistically, you
I
yourself
can't bring
stated
this
that you're
up.
going to do it regardless whether Penn has a concerns or not. So
Okay. Wow, that sounds like there's a lot of stuff talked about in that stream. I gotta find it again. Go through and listen to it. I think I tuned into it and there was somebody just screaming to the top of the lungs, rambling, and I think that's when I clicked out of it. It's like, yeah, this is just gonna be a clusterfuck, and I didn't watch it.
Well, everybody was screaming at the top of their lungs. It just depends on who it was at what time. Though, Rogue was rather firm. He's still
Yeah, no, he was. But no, it's oh god, some of the tanks that they had.
See, there were other issues going on with Jacob in the background prior to that. And
Jacob, yeah.
Okay, so you know how you have the back office, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Back office is created by me.
Yeah.
For we're a little more loose about like, hey, did you see this, or hey, did you see this? But
yeah. Hey,
usually
time out.
it's still...
Time out. I'm gonna go get something real quick. Still got my headset on. Continue on.
Okay. Back office is just a little office, little corner of Discord for us to hang out. Mostly for trying to collaborate GNF stuff, but
Yep.
we will still sit there and, shit talk. Because, little corner, back office. We can shit talk in the back office. I don't know any employment that doesn't have that.
Yeah, but again, the whole idea with that is you're not supposed to take it personal or, bring other people into the conversation.
Yeah, which was a no-no. Because I guess anybody can add anybody else into a private stream, but not a private stream, but private office. But I think I changed the rules afterwards.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Jacob used his privilege and had brought Thrax into the back office when we weren't even talking about him. We were literally
Yeah, that
talking
was kind of
about
funny
Jacob
because
and Tonka.
I know,
But
because I thought it was kind of funny the moment that Thrax showed up. And he narrowed his visors right upon me and demanded that I almost fight him.
yeah, and for
Uh,
what? Because you weren't addressing him. You weren't addressing Thrax. We said nothing about Thrax. We were only talking about Jacob and Tonka.
yeah, and how it seems like the whole relationship that has been created within the fandom is more like what is it? What was the statement I made? Oh, it was a while back too.
Now I know a little bit of the details of what you're talking about. I know the interactions with Jacob and Thrax and I know about all that. I know the reasons why. And
No, but what got us the most, what was actually bothersome the most for both of us was somehow Thrax knew about what we were talking about
yep.
in the back office when Jacob was there. And we weren't even talking about Thrax. We were talking about Tonka and our opinions about Tonka to Jacob. Jacob brought Thrax in, and Thrax narrows down to Rogue as if they had been having a conversation this entire time about it.
Yeah,
yeah.
He
which
even started to get
again,
snippy with me when I'm sitting here going, no one is getting on your ass, Thrax. In fact, you just joined this conversation. How do you know about these things that we've been talking about?
mm,
Yeah, I will admit this much with both of them. They will kind of narrow down and get tunnel vision with one specific topic. I do know that much with them.
oh,
Especially when it gets down to, with Tonka. Why?
No,
I
but
don't know. It's
the
just
that's not so much the issue. The issue was information
being
was being
leaked.
passed. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, and I get that. Yeah, I get that. And I can't. There's no defense with that. And there isn't. And really, right there, I mean, you do what you had to do. You remove whoever you need to from the group and stuff like that.
yeah, no,
Um,
and we didn't really ostracize them or anything like that. We did I did create a smaller area where you can rant and rave to whoever you wanted to rant and rave to. But when it comes down to it, he was eventually brought back into the little echelons of the group. He has the same levels of abilities of the average, follower. But getting him back to that level of being a group, not going to happen. He's lost his level of neutrality.
And I'm going to say this, Sparky. Obviously, you being part of the back office, have we not defended anything that we've said in the back office? You know, when we're joking around or shit talking, have we said one thing
what do
in one
you?
place and done something other in another place?
No, you haven't. And that's which is why I'm trying to get back around and finish what I was saying
Oh,
beforehand
and
before it gets lost much more in the minutia
Go ahead.
about Antoine. Like I said about calling out stuff publicly and taking care of stuff privately. Whenever I'm able to, yes, I will take care of stuff privately with Antoine. If he comes up with me, if it's a conversation, or if he seems to post something or tweet something that seems a little conspicuous or a little out there, or just something that me myself find off of drawing, or something I don't agree with how I do things, because I got a pretty easy stance online. Treat others the same way that you want yourself to be treated, and hold yourself accountable to your own standards. And there's been a couple times where he's done that, and he'd say one thing against someone, but then turn around and do something else, like the whole calling out for blocking stuff. And this is where me and Anahiro got into it, and me and Antoine's gone into it, and I went at them privately, whipping private conversations up. You probably don't need to do this. I went into privately about how I do think that Antoine does have an ego, and he needs to tone it down a little bit because that ego seems to get him in trouble about counting numbers, how big a number you have, how many viewers, how many subs you get, and stuff like that. Especially saying that I don't do that and going at other people for that. I have done that privately, and I have brought up stuff like that privately with him before. But there's also been times where I've been in a tweet thread, or he's been in a tweet thread, and he just outright puts his phone in his mouth. Right there in public. I'm in public view. Not a thing I can do privately then to do anything about it. Do I know it? Do I turn the cheek? Yeah, I didn't see this. Just whatever. No. I call it out right then and there. I've done it plenty of times. Saying you and me, Penn, we've done the same thing. The whole Suzalu thing. We have hashed out at each other in private conversations and private VCs.
And look at that, we
Back
still
and
disagree,
forth.
but we're not going at each other's throats about it.
We still disagree. True. But I don't go out in a tweet thread and I drag you into it and go this and that. You go, oh, see, I was right here. Or, see, I was right here. I'll bring it up to you privately in a conversation, but that's it. The only time I really go at you and something like that is if you introduce yourself into the thread itself. And then I'll go at you publicly. I don't drag you into it. So the only time I've ever fired back and defending a stance like that or going at you is when you have introduced yourself into it.
Well, true, but to be fair, you make a public statement, I can choose whether to address you privately and we hash it out there, or I can address it publicly and then it just gets hashed out there.
True. And that's where that determination comes from. Same thing with Antoine and stuff like that. But, calling stuff out publicly or, taking care of it, privately. It depends on the context of the situation.
I agree with you, Robbins, there. I agree.
Drama is
meh.
Yeah. But when it comes out to the stuff I've been doing on Twitter, it's not like that these are private conversations. It's not like that this is, hey, come here, I think you're messing up. I think you're making a mistake and you need to stop this. You can't do that. The only way you can do that is to deal with it the same way that as you found it, on public. So if I find something, again, like Robo Blacks, he says one thing one month that contradicts one thing he's going against this month. It's like, oh, it's bad to DMCA someone. I don't do it. I think it's a fucking bullshit move. Suzalu's bad because she issued a false copyright strike for a portion of her content that was clearly fair use. And I'm against that, and everyone needs to be against that. And it causes a big fucking stink about it for views and all that good stuff. And then turns around and does the exact same thing she did. Yes, I'm gonna be all over that shit going, what happened to your standards, man? You said you're against this shit. You now doing a double take?
Yeah, because there's no actual standards.
That's why I point at. That is all I point at. That's it.
I think that's what you're missing out on is the factor that when it comes down to the in-group, out-group, there is no such thing as a certain standard for the in-group. It's only for the out-group. This has happened before many a time. We see this currently within the Democrat versus Republican, or BLM versus the normies out there. Or hell, even within the the Twitter drama, or even the YouTube drama that is created. I think DLive has their own level of drama, but not overly important.
Oh no, it's got a lot of fucking drama, too much fucking go into. But yeah, it's got its own shares.
but not to the same level of stakes as you would for a YouTube channel. Realistically,
Releasing,
D Live
releasing.
is literally like lemons in comparative to the actual tree that produces everything.
All right, so a little bit about that. Just diving into it just a little bit. So if YouTube started leaking user information to say PewDiePie, and then PewDiePie starts using that information maliciously to go after people, that'd be something kind of big. Because that's a violation of the privacy use agreement. DLive
Uh,
has the same
that
privacy
would
use
be the
agreement.
violation only based off of the terms of services
Yeah.
for privacy that is put into writing. Now, unlike YouTube, which is pretty open about their privacy laws and that, the DLive privacy, which is Chinese, by the way, there is no such thing.
Hence the reason why I'm not gonna do DLive.
So, the argument of them leaking out information to whomever, um, kind of moot when you have it controlled by Beijing.
Yeah. Well, that's the reason why I stand up against DLive, and it's like, okay, there's like
Yeah,
open DMs and leaked information all over the place of
yeah,
them
but that's like I
giving.
said before, that's like lemons in comparative to the actual tree itself.
Yeah. No, I get what you mean, but it's like, yeah, it's nah. Never go DLive. Don't even fucking create an account, Waffle. That's that's my 5 cents.
Well, no, I understand, and that I would agree with that to some levels. Unfortunately, if that's the only way you can actually stream the kind of content that you want to be able to stream, then you have no other choice but to go to something like DLives because they allow you to stream that kind of content. So, where else can you go to get that level of acceptance? You can't go to YouTube because they have so many different arbitrary rules that are only good for the average Smo like us, but ineffective when it comes to somebody who's making a pretty good amount of money. Same thing will happen when you go into a lower level or lower tier streaming service such as DLive. You'll have the same kind of in group out group activities. Those who are part of the in group who are making the most money, bringing in the most eyeball or view counts for this particular system, they're gonna get better treatments than those who are just showing up for the fun and giggles.
No, you got a point on that one.
I don't know. I mean, I have a lot of good, interesting points, and unfortunately, I agree with Winsler. D Live is fun. Problem, it's very Chinese.
Mhm.
They should call it Corona Live.
Yeah, they can call it whatever they want,
Corona
but
Live.
it'd be more or less realistically should be B Lives, Beijing Live. Because again, it's true. It's what it is. I get whether it's supposed to be D Live, digital live, but digitally live seems to be kind of a lie in some ways when they are controlled by what Beijing has allowed certain people to showcase. And if it's very bad of the United States, and that's all good for them because that's propaganda war.
I wonder if they do the same thing in D Live as they're doing to TikTok.
Yeah, they will.
I was gonna say it's only a matter of time.
Hmm?
Because, and that's the reason why they're going to sexist streams with TikTok, because of that quote unquote privacy thing. Because technically, to be an American, to be able to be used in U.S., it's gotta follow the guidelines of Section 203. And unfortunately, releasing private information to other members within that platform, yeah, it kind of breaks against that section 230. So
Yeah, no, again, that's where businesses have either reduced the amount of activities on foreign platforms, or they've been slowly trying to take it over as and purchase it straight up. So I wait to see exactly what's going to happen. Realistically, the founders of DLive, they have a lot of Chinese money soaked into it. Hopefully, they're able to get a lot of American money in their back pocket. But at the moment, I don't see it happening. Um, Realistically, TikTok could be picked up by Microsoft, and if that happens, expect it
oh
to break.
god,
Mhm.
be renamed Micmac. TikTok to Micmac.
Oh,
It's
jeez.
That's not Jesus Christ, really. Oh no. Let's move off this whole thing and go on to what an interesting topic I've seen floating around, and I think it's a really brilliant move. Not going to Oculus.
Oh, Oculus requiring the Facebook
Yes,
login.
it's like that sounds like you gotta do exactly what Stream.me did and shoot yourselves in the fucking foot. It's like,
I'm sorry, who owns Oculus?
Facebook.
Okay, then they can do whatever they want.
yeah, but time out. Okay, they can do what they want and stuff like that. This is where it's gotta come up and go just like Stream.me. Unfortunately,
Okay,
unfortunately,
Stream.me failed because it didn't have any financial backing.
well,
Yeah,
not
no,
only
Facebook is financially backing everything Oculus does.
well, they also did what it wasn't Stream.me. It was something else. I can't remember what it was, but it required you to use your actual identity to go and stream and stuff like that. Your
Oh, you
actual
mean like
name
Google
and stuff.
Plus?
Not.
Because Google had the initiative for you to use YouTube, you had to have it attached to Google Plus, which was supposed to have your actual ID.
Yeah, but it doesn't do
I
that no
remember
more.
that. I was there for that.
Yeah, it doesn't do that no more.
Because Google Plus failed, and even though how much they tried to push it, no one was really interested in it. But it did break YouTube when they tried to separate Google Plus from YouTube,
Hmm.
which they should have just left it alone. But ultimately, it is what it is. Now,
Yeah, but I can't remember what it was, but it was Facebook Gaming is what it was. Yeah, Facebook Gaming. They acquired another streaming site. I can't remember what it was off the top of my head, but it failed. It fell flat on its face. It ended up shutting down. Oculus. Well, It was one of the first 3D virtual / reality platforms, and then it built on to that, and then you had different versions of it. Like, what was it? The I can't remember the fucking different iterations of it. But PlayStation came out with their own, and I think Google came out with their own, or was it Android? I can't remember. The problem is, you have games that require this headset, or you have games that require either a type of that headset, and you have people who want to play those games, but then they can't because it's got to be tied to your real life identity. There's got to be a lot of people that's got to go nope because of the simple fact of the threats of swatting and doxing and all that good shit.
I beg to differ.
How do you say so?
Well, more and more people, especially the younger generations, are very open about their information. They're much more willing to give it up to the government and other people very quickly than they were, let's say, within my generation or older. Um, Seems that the whole idea of anonymity is going to the wayside for the comfort of being able to get set products, stream a certain way, and yeah, I don't see that being a problem. And unfortunately, out of the whole Facebook gaming, it's still around. It's still accessible. It does have a huge, pretty decent amount of participants outside of Mixer who failed completely, who is being bought up or being utilized by
Mixer,
Facebook.
that's what it was.
Yeah. So, yeah, Mixer, if we're talking about Microsoft, hey, wait, Microsoft uses your personal information that in order for you to use certain equipment from them. Strange. It feels like it's almost like they want to have you get rid of your ability to be anonymous. Strange. Anywho, um, realistically, I can see more younger generations willing to give up their anonymity versus again older generations.
Yeah, you got a point, but the point I'm getting at is like a lot of other people that do want to remain anonymous. I don't know what the numbers are. I don't know if it's greater.
With
I don't
relatively
know if
it's
it's.
very small numbers.
I don't know. I'm not gonna throw those numbers out because I don't know.
Well, I
mean,
and
there's
I'm not even gonna speculate on it. Only thing
When
I'm
it-
gonna say is if it requires down to me having to access myself and not use a username. Like I understand with like Xbox Live, yeah, you gotta create an account and you got your account created, but that's not viewable to the public.
yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
My username is.
No, actually, your private information is available to the public.
No, it's
It's
not
not
because I've
supposed
looked
to be,
for it.
but there's workarounds to it to make it very publicly.
All right, I'll say this when it comes to Facebook.
Yeah. Same
If
thing
you
with
really
Facebook.
want to keep,
Fortunately, that information that is given to Facebook, it's actually sold off to independent or third-party.
advertisers.
Yes, thank you. I was going to go sales and advertisement, but consumer. Well,
Yeah, people who want to
yeah.
sell you shit.
Yeah. So, in
Hold on.
order for that to be available, they need to have that information. Now, that also means how often you actually surf the web, what actually look at, and so on and so forth. So it actually gives it more of a narrowed down uh,
Well, hold on.
scope
Can
of interest for
can I
you, Sparky,
can I say
to
something?
be able to, I don't know,
Can I
be
say
able to
something?
be sold I don't know, a truck of some nature.
Can I say something? Can I say a couple of things?
Or how many cookies that you like.
Exactly. It really. This is what it just comes down to. If you don't want to have to log into your Facebook account to use the Oculus, get a Vive. Or
That's kind of what I'm
get
getting to.
get one of the other ones. If you really want to keep your Oculus, because it does cost money to buy another headset, then okay,
Make
a dummy
another account.
Yes, make a dummy account.
You can't.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Trust me. I have 6 of them.
I was going to say I have 3 of them.
You can until your IP gets locked on by Facebook, and then you can't no more.
Guess what? The IP itself, non sequitur.
Bullshit, because I can.
No, it's true. It's true.
It's
it is because of the factor that I've walked myself into all different accounts using the same IP.
Yeah, that's why every time out. That's why every time I try.
No.
Yes!
I'm going to speak now. That's why you can have multiple people in the same household using one computer have multiple different accounts.
Yeah, but except for when they say no, we want you to confirm your identity by sending us your driver's license. Then that all the actions to create a different account become locked to you.
That's only for data. That's only for your account of recovery. I had to create a new account the other day
No,
to start
it's
my
not.
business account.
No,
No.
it's
Okay,
a business
hang on,
account.
I've never had to give up any of my actual official IT.
I've had to. I've had to several times.
Well, that's you.
Because otherwise
So,
they
let's say-
terminate
okay,
the account.
hang on.
Then you're not doing something
There's
right.
3 of
Sparky.
us. 2 of us have never had to do that. You've had to do that. So if we take the ratio on that, 3 people equal 100%. You'd be a third. So the third of the demographics that is within the Facebook, it has been had to go through the whole process of displaying their ID. 2/3 of that have never had to do it.
I can understand them needing your ID for account recovery, as in you're locked out of your account for some bullshit reason and you're trying to recover your password or something, or somebody hacked your
Yeah,
account.
even there, that pen, I have an extra doubt because I've
No,
done that
no,
without having to give up my
I
ID.
understand. I'm only pointing it out because I had to do that
No, I understand that.
when I had a
I
MySpace account.
really think that it is limited to location, and verification is based off of your national requirements.
But but both Sparky and I are American and you're Canadian.
Correct.
And
If
I've
I
never had
don't need that particular requirement, then and it only is available in the United States, then that would deem that only Americans would be affected by that.
but I'm not.
No, I'm just saying it would deem that only Americans would be affected by it. I didn't say are, I said would be.
But then that doesn't explain how half of us again
Correct.
now.
That's where it gets kind of convoluted because again, you even though you're considered an entire country, individual states has individual requirements and rules.
I mean, I guess it could be at the state level, but then at the same time,
So I don't know
yeah, that's
when
I
it
don't
comes
know why
down
it's
to
like
it.
that.
So I can only guess and hypothesize on this one, but it could be, as you pointed out, and as I kind of meandered in that direction, it could be a state by state reasoning of why certain individuals have to give out their idea and in certain states, and others do not in some states.
Time out. I just found the thing on this. It's about authenticating the account. If you can create a login to an account, but if it gets reported or if it's tied to an IP that's been reported, then YouTube requires you to go through to provide identification to verify this account to make sure that you are a legitimate user.
Oh, and see, that's it because Dread Conith said that like one of his first accounts ended up getting banned. He
Yes,
tried creating another account and he refuses to give them his driver's license.
Yes,
correct.
that's what I'm talking about. So if you ever got hits, if somebody ever reported
No.
or flagged the account, or to be quote unquote verified, and that's one thing that Oculus requires as a verified Facebook account. You have to go through and do that.
Okay.
And once you do that, you can't change the ID, you can't change the username, it is your actual name. It's your
Your point
actual
being,
information.
again, your point being, we're getting back down to the Oculus side of things. The point being, it's a business practice. If you want to use that particular system, and you have to oblige by the rules that have been issued by the company, then by all means, those are your options. You either A, go by the company rules, or B, don't and find a new product elsewhere.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Is I see a lot of people's gonna be doing that, or potential
I
buyers.
honestly don't see that happening. I actually see a lot more people going with the idea of giving up their ID so that they can actually use the item. Because again, I've seen
Convenience.
more on the lines of people not wanting to be anonymous versus the small handful that still wants to remain anonymous.
I now it's a small handful.
I don't know if you look at all the different accounts that are out there, everybody's using their names.
Their first name, last name. They're even willing to give their signs, their birth dates, all of this information out on their account. I remember because I was old enough. I remember the early days of the internet. I'm sure you do too, Rogue. Where
That
they're
was
like,
part of the early days of the internet.
exactly. There's like, don't
We
give out
came
your.
up with the rule: don't give out your shit to the government because they're going to use it against you.
Well, see, now it's don't give out your private
Now it's like, oh,
information.
you have to give out your shit to the government, otherwise you can't use this product.
No, no, no. You got to give your information to the private companies because then they're going to sell it off to third parties and the government
No,
in
again, like I
order to
said
use
before, the
their shit.
government's going to have it anyways.
hmm
So
Well, not to mention that to make it easier for people to come and find you and
yeah,
harass you. for your
Oh, that's the
opinion.
reason why, Jim 81 Jim never actually follows suit on giving up any of his ID for the most part.
Yeah.
And yes, I'm a boomer.
Yeah.
If for that case, I'm a boomer because I'm not going to give up my anonymity
Yeah.
for anybody.
Point being is, it's still too early. We don't know. It's not rolling out to sometime next month or in the next couple months. I can't remember when exactly
It'll be
is
2
coming up.
years. 2 years where they're going to shut it off.
Yeah. So
But they're trying to get people used to the idea now
yeah.
to make it a transitional phase.
As far as me and my ideas and the way I think about it, I'll never buy into it. Never. If I should not have to. It's the same thing I look at with games. I should not have to log in or register anything to be able to play a game. Steam's one of those things I understand because you are going to a network that has multitudes of games that you can get without having to actually go out and get the game, and allows you to connect with different people and stuff like that. That's one thing I understand. That's why I commit myself down to use Steam. But in order to say there's a fancy new controller, say this is the next gen controller and it's all out, it's the most best controller that you can get. But in order to use it, I must identify my actual self and to all the games I play to use this controller. Fuck that, I'll use a fucking cheap $5 controller. Same thing with that. I'll buy a Vive. I'll buy another style of headset.
I'm pretty sure you can even use the PlayStation 4 or 5, the PlayStation
Yeah, you can
version
use
of
the
it on
PlayStation,
most of these
4.
programs.
You can use the PlayStation 4 headset, I think, for computers. I'm not for sure.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, I didn't know.
3 and 4 controller. Yeah.
So yeah, there's plenty of other avenues, and when it comes down to it, it's got to come down to hoops and pricing. How many hoops you got to go through to be able to utilize it, and the price it's got to take to be able to go get it. If Oculus remains outrageously high compared to the Vive and all these other headsets, and then requires you to go out and register your actual identity to be able to use
that's the niche
this.
market. That's the whole deal
That
behind
cost
the
is
niche
too
market.
high right there.
Yeah, it's way too high. Compared to, okay, we have the Vive here, it will play these same games, and you don't have to do that, and it's cheaper. At the end of the day, this is why I come down to why I say I think that they're going to shoot themselves in the foot, because less hoops to jump through, you don't have to tie yourself to that identity-wise, and it's cheaper, and it still plays all these other games, except for quote-unquote Oculus specific. And even with that, it's like, okay, there's PlayStation specific games. I don't care. I'm not going to go out and buy a PlayStation to play those specific games if it came down to it. So, at the end of the day, I think it is going to shoot them in the foot or affect them in some way, shape, or form. How bad, how drastically, time will tell. That's my take on it.
I don't know. With $2 billion put into the VR headset, and growing, I don't think so. It's a niche market. Just like any other niche market, you're going to have first-time, purchasers who are going to go out of the way to get this particular product. They're going to go through all the basic hoops because it is top of the line. And comparative to the other lesser, headsets out there. Yeah, I see it averaging out for Facebook. I don't think it's going to put them in a serious detriment. Then again, I could be wrong. But time will tell on which direction it's going to go in. Realistically, 2 billion put in. They've already not changed the asking price for almost, what is it? It seems like a decade of development. Yeah.
True,
I
true, but you also got other devices out there that
No,
do
I
pretty
know.
much the same thing.
I'm not discrediting the fact of the other devices out there. But unfortunately, when it comes down to the sales comparative to the other devices, Oculus seems to be ahead of the pack for whatever reason, and comparative to the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
So, just saying that the idea that it's going to hurt them in the long run, it's very doubtable. It is probable, but
Yeah, listen, I don't know. And that's just
and that's where
my
we're playing the game
theory.
of guessing, which
Of
is
Yeah,
maybe.
that's
great. I like
it's
the
my
idea.
theory on it.
You know, and it's a beautiful theory. It's a Sparky theory.
So-
You can coin it if you
A
want to.
Sparky theory. Thanks
Oh
for
Jesus
watching.
Christ! Stop.
No, you opened that door.
Yeah, you did. And I walked through, and the windows busted open as well.
All right. So would
Penn
you?
didn't want to use the door I went through, so she went through.
True, but it comes down to it. Would you? Would you tie your Facebook account to it?
I don't use the VR, and so
Neither
that'd be
do I.
one dumb question. So the answer would be no, on the basis that I don't use VR. But
Okay.
if I did, yes.
Pin, would you?
I don't like using VRs anyways because they actually make me feel nauseous. If
Okay.
that was
But-
not the case, hell no, I would not. I'd probably create a dummy account because I never did something stupid enough to get my Facebook terminated in the first place.
So as you can see,
Twitter,
there,
I can't say the same for, but
All right. So
Sure.
tell me, you want to know how my Facebook got hit?
we
I
really don't
I changed my name two
care.
changing the
times.
topic here.
Yeah. No. I'm just. She asked. Oh, she said.
Did I?
Well,
No, she
do
didn't even
something
see
stupid
it. All
enough to
she
get
said
you.
was being dumb and getting yourself hit. That was it.
All right.
There was not alluding to how you got hit. Hell,
fine.
we got through the whole Draconis thing, and he never alluded that of how he got hit. Really don't care. It
It really
happens.
doesn't matter because
apparently.
people can be false flagged anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I changed my name
Realistically,
2 times.
You could have been false flagged because you pooped wrong.
No, I changed my name 2 times.
Great. I changed my name lots of times, and you got hit because somebody got their panties in a bunch.
No, it wasn't even I got flagged. It was the fact that I changed my name 2 times. And
Again,
when
like
I
I
changed,
said, you got hit because somebody got their panties in a bunch. When I say someone, I mean someone within inner office or whatever. They weren't too sure, so they had a new toy to play with. They hit the button because you just happened to show up, and you got tagged. Congratulations.
I don't
you got
think
it.
that's exactly how
Now-
it happened, but yeah, okay.
So there's no rhyme or reason to why anybody gets tagged for these things. All right. Sometimes it randomly happens. Other times there's a reason behind it. Now, at the end of the day, it comes back down to: are you willing to give up your information to use a certain item,
No.
or are you not willing to give up your information to use a certain item?
No.
Unfortunately, as I proved a point, yes, there are people out there who are willing to give up their information to use an item.
But they could always sit there. Some of them have the benefit of making a dummy account in order to use it.
Correct. Now,
So they bypass the system.
No,
So
because it's
sometimes it
not a
works in their
verified
favor.
account.
Sparky, they can
Sometimes
still
it
have
does.
2 accounts. The
It's
new dummy
not
account
a
can be the verified account,
verified-
but they never post on it.
Yeah.
Just because you verify an account in that manner doesn't mean that that's your main account and that you post on it. If they can't take anything from you other than, oh, here's your name, okay, here's your birth date, here's your driver's license, great, and then it just sits there, and all you do is play games on it.
Well, they can get the information off the games, but if you do nothing with the account, it just sits there. They'll just kind of respond, hey, do you still want this account? And you go, yes. And it's just a cycle of yes. Do you do nothing to it? They're kind of going, why do you have this account if you're not going to do anything with it? It's not
Because I
making us
can.
money. So now they've forced you into a situation going, you have to give up more information, otherwise we're terminating your account. And that's all on them. And again,
Which
that's
could
a
State.
business proclivity on their end. That's their decision. That is arbitrarily your decision at the end of it if you want to give up that information or not.
Rogue,
You didn't
depending
have
on
to
how
give
it's
up that
done,
information if you wanted to Facebook account.
Rogue,
You could just say,
depending on
no,
how
I'm
it's
done.
done, could violate some FTC rules,
Mhm.
depending on how it's done. Now, is that something worth fighting? That would be dependent upon the individual. But, you know,
I mean, let's put it this way. The moment you give up your IP address, it's the moment you've just given up all the information.
so use a VPN, people.
Pretty much.
All right, so it has to be a confirmed account because because the way the payment methods and stuff like that will be tied to the Facebook account.
Which is understandable.
Again,
The transaction is fine.
Again, you can. Are we talking about pay-as-you-go type credit card? Are we talking about an actual solid, legitimate credit card? What are we talking about here?
They're
Because most
pretty
payment
much
accounts go
trading
either
Facebook
a
like
PayPal
Steam.
account or through a credit card system.
No, they're trading Facebook like Steam is what it is. It'll be all going through Facebook. That's how it's reading out to me.
Okay.
So it's got to be a registered, verified account. It can't be just something you make up.
Okay, fine. Again,
But I've done that on Steam. Not an actual, a real person. It's an actual fake person that's on Steam. Who was verified by Steam.
If it's only a verification without having to have the actual person's name on the public profile, and all it is just to have a confirmed way of paying for what you pay for through the Oculus Rift, then that's not really the biggest of deals.
That's the problem, because when you have a verified account, it has to be your actual name that's on the account publicly for Facebook. That's the point I'm trying to get at.
Again, I understand that workaround or that idea that they're trying to reduce the amount of anonymity on the accounts of that, trying to get everybody to be justified.
Again,
making
if it's
them second guess themselves when they make some stupid comments, and I get it, but
that's why you don't use that account that you use for the Oculus as your main account. You want to verify that account so that you can put payments on it and play the Oculus.
But
Fine.
it rolls around, and again, I'm streaming rolling on pen. It rolls around again. How are we creating these payments? Are we going through the actual credit card itself?
Mhm.
Are we going through, I don't know, a PayPal account, which can be, delegitimized very quickly because it doesn't have verification for the most part. Unless you're using
you
a
can
bank
get one of
account.
those. What is it? Rogue. They have the American Express credit cards that you can like put $100 on, and you can just keep refilling it.
I know.
It doesn't have any verification information other than
Guys,
it's just
I'm not gonna try the argument
Sparky,
to you guys.
There's still different options out there that has questionable going forward on this this idea to prove who this person is. Realistically, I know of within my own vector at least 6 different accounts that have all been verified by Facebook without having to use actual ID.
Winslayer, the FBI knows everything about me.
So, how did I get a chance to work around on the Facebook verification?
Well, as you said, it could have been region restricted.
Correct. It comes back down to we don't know the full extent and how Facebook works their systems across countries and that. So it could be regional, it could be state to state, it could be from country to country that they have different levels of what is required by law for those countries of how much information they're able to obtain.
I was gonna say, hey Ma, can you just create an account for me so I can keep using my Vive? Keep using my Oculus Rift. Thanks.
I mean, you can pretty much get your grandma's account, and she's verified. She has no idea how to use the damn thing, but she barely understands what Facebook is about. And FaceTime, she's like, "What the fuck is that?"
Yeah, there are workarounds if you're clever enough.
Well, I can, but again, there are ways around. Yes. So like I said, I don't see a massive exodus off of Oculus due to this one little hoop that most people have to go through. And if you're clever enough, and if you're smart enough, And if, gosh darn, Facebook is dumb enough, you'll be able to cut through their verification system with ease. Besides, Draconith hates the fact that I have 6 different Facebook accounts that have
And
open
he can't
verify.
have anyone anymore.
So,
And he can't have one anymore.
I know. He can't have one, but I have 6. And I'm going, you can have one of mine. And he's like, I don't want yours.
I was gonna say I could fucking sit there and make one for him and then give him the username and password.
Won't
Fuck
walk.
here, do whatever you want with it.
Won't walk. Like I said, it goes off IP based.
No, but again, I understand. if it goes
Oh,
by
I'm
IP based,
sorry.
but
I moved from Florida to somewhere in Texas, and I can't use. Oh,
I know. I'm
that-
talking about. It comes like this. So if you make an account and you give me
Uh-huh.
the login, stuff like that, and I go to log in on my IP that's shared with another Facebook account that I shared that IP with, it will call into question, are you this person? And when it does, it asks you to verify it, and that's
Oh my
one of the
God,
ways it asks you
Sparky!
to
How
verify
the
it.
fuck do you think these people use a VPN and still access their Facebook?
yeah.
No, I'm sorry. That's not a legitimate
I
excuse.
mean, I use a VPN to access.
Yeah, I
my
can't use a
Facebook
VPN
account.
to access my Facebook.
See that,
I
and
have to
again,
log
I
it off.
can, and that comes back down to regional systems.
Yeah.
Don't know what's going on here, but
I'm
I
pretty sure I
really
can too
think
if I had a
it
VPN.
feels
but-
to me every time I hear something that happens on Sparky's and who happens to be in the United States in a certain state somewhere, I feel like it's regional.
No, well, we already established that if your account gets dinged, they probably keep a closer eye on it. But
Oh, yeah.
regardless,
No, I
for somebody
I
like me who is also in the United States, like Draco and Sparky, but
Mhm.
who has never been dinged
dinged, yeah. So
and
like
can
I
make
think,
multiple accounts,
well, no,
oh
and
my
that's what I mean.
God,
That's why I think
VPN.
it's not just just the country itself, but the area of that country. Because
Yeah.
for you guys, I know it's a little different. It's similar up here to to the Canadian kind of structure, but not. You have each state controlling what's supposed to be happening on a state level,
Yeah.
but on a federal level,
And
you've got the cross board kind of
Yeah.
activities.
And I do have one particular account that is not named. It is a random account on Facebook. However, I can't do anything with it. I can't post on it. I can't tie anything to it. I can't do it's in a solid state of limbo. Because in order to do anything, I've got to verify the identity on it. It's still active. It's still out there. I can still go in there and look on people I'm friended with. I can friend people and I can look at stuff. But that's all I can do.
No, I understand that, and that's why it comes back down to my hypothesis, my guess, that it could be something to do with the area that you're in that could be affecting the level of activities that you're allowed to have. It could be something that it could be a state bylaw that exists that Facebook has to oblige by.
No, it's not that.
No, I'm saying there's a lot of different factors that come into play when it comes down to reasons. Sometimes they're easy to figure out, other cases, not so much.
Holy shit, we've been going on for about 3 hours.
Well, I know.
Yeah, about 3 hours.
It's only like 7:30 here my time, but
Yeah, it's whatever.
I mean,
got certain things to work. Yay! Now I got to figure out what
Yay.
actually is able to tank out on and what isn't. I've got to put a game in here to see if I will destroy my my gaming laptop.
But no, at the end of the day, I fucking hate Facebook.
But at the end of the day, it's like I said before, it's all what you want and what level of hoops that you want to go through. If you don't want to go through the hoops, then don't.
oops.
Yeah. Like I said, I've tried making multiple accounts on Facebook, and every time it's come up with, we need to verify who you are. It's like, no. And if you try to verify yourself as the same person, that account automatically gets deleted.
No, I get it, but like I said before, it's
I don't understand it. I can't explain it. I know it's not reachable.
no, and like I said, it seems very interesting.
because it goes through.
We would have to have more information on how Facebook deals with each state or each country, what the rules are. Yeah, it's all up in the air since we're not behind the scenes on how the
And
operation of Facebook is.
And a lot of it, I think, has to do is tied to because you got multiple factors of identification that they go through to identify, like the identification through the IP, through the internet, the identification of the computer itself through the internet, the email that IP is tied to, and all the various sources, the phone numbers, and all that other good stuff.
Yeah.
And it's all tied together, and it's some sort of weird fucking encryption bullshit.
But
It's the same. It's the same thing on how they do, on how like when you get IP banned from fucking Twitter. You know, you can. I've known plenty of people who's been IP banned and they try to get back on. They even went for and try to buy another device, another phone, and stuff like that, and try to get on it. And if it comes down to any correlation to an account that got banned, you will get got or make any kind of reference or phrase towards it. I don't know how they do it. I don't know what they go through and do it, but that's what they do.
No, I'm like I said before, I'm confused because I've never had an IP ban up this way in Canada, to my knowledge.
I've never had an IP ban on Twitter either. I'm just saying it's weird how they go through on
new.
Facebook.
I need to know more. So
I know this
but in order
happened
to
to
find
me
out more of
about
that, you have to go behind the scenes of how that business actually runs, and realistically.
And to be fair, this happened to me about 6 years ago on Facebook. So
yeah,
and even to this day, I don't know.
Then.
Impossible, but it still won't let me do it. So I think it's one of those grandfathered in bullshit.
But again, as I usually point out, is Facebook that important to your social life?
No, which is the reason why I question why they want to tie it to a video game system.
Well, again, it's their company; they want to do it. Let them do it. I get what they're trying to become, but realistically, Facebook gaming is still the lower tier out of all the gaming platforms out there. Whether it be Twitch or YouTube, as most people call it, they still reign supreme over even after the merger of Mixer and Facebook gaming. I mean, others are out there. King shit of everything still happens to be Amazon. So
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay.
Okay.
Bro, you're in control.
Apparently, we've been doing this for like 3 hours. I thought we'd be calling this
Deader,
quick.
deader.
But apparently, we've got dead air that's happening. So
Deader.
I don't even know what my my grounded account will be like after I get this all figured out. That's gonna be fun and interesting.
Is it?
Means we might have to start from scratch there, Pat.
Oh wait, what? Why?
Your
Why?
what account?
Well, grounded. Remember, the computer
Oh, you fucked
that I
stuff
normally
on.
played off of.
Right.
Doesn't exist anymore technically. If it does, it's in a state of confusion. Perpetually, locked into a couch potato or paperweight. A very expensive paperweight, by the way.
I don't even know what you're talking about, so it's okay.
But yeah, the game Grounded that we were playing may have to start from the beginning.
Oh, I think I saw you guys playing this. What was it? Tuesday? No, Thursday or Friday? I think it was
It would have
Thursday.
been Tuesday, and it would have been Thursday.
Yeah, Thursdays. Whenever. Yeah, I seen you guys play it. I was down at the bar drinking. I was hopped in and said
And
hi. And
Saturday for me if you were playing along. But yeah, yeah, we know you were at the bar. We were doing a movie on the Friday there.
yeah, no, Friday I ended up going to sleep early. I was tired and exhausted throughout the week.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's because of the factor that you were drinking on each other day of the week throughout the week. So I get it. It's one of those things. It's hard to go boozing every other day through the week. It's especially when you're up there in the age. You realize that you're not as young
No,
spry
that
as you used to be.
wasn't it.
You're not a spry young man anymore.
I usually when I go to the bar, I usually drink about 3 or 4 beers, and that's about it. Go out, hang out with friends, talk to my friends out there, stay for about 3 or 4 hours, and go home. And I
Yeah, but
am
those four beers that you think you're having actually turns out to be 12.
no, I don't drink that much. I only drink that much whenever I'm home, and that was only one time,
But still.
and that
Anyway,
will never happen again.
He says that, but goddamn well it's going to happen eventually.
No, I did end up drinking last Sunday. I think I shotgunned. I think 2 or 3 beers. That's about it.
Ooh, that's a record.
Well, I never really got to go into it because of the simple fact when the stream started, I started ranting about fucking YouTube and fucking changing the damn controllers.
You know
And
what? That's on YouTube. I don't use it, so.
yeah, well, no, they finally said fuck you to the old method and force you to now use the new stupid fucking system. And Penn was having a laugh at my fucking expense because I didn't know how the system worked.
Well,
You got hit the
it's
go
possible to
live
laugh.
button. You got hit the go live button 2 fucking times now. Bullshit.
One to confirm that you want to go live, and the other one to actually go live.
One to go live on OBS, then that connects to YouTube, and then once you're live to YouTube, then you gotta go live on YouTube. And I didn't know that. I went live on OBS, started playing the intro, started playing the music, and I got, and it shows it up on my side as it's streaming. But I'm not seeing any interaction. I'm not seeing anybody come in. It's like, this is weird. I wonder how it's looking on the other end. So I bring it up on my phone, and I'm looking. It's like, waiting for Sparky's Tech Corner to go live. And it's like, I am live. I see it right there. It's on the fucking live display. It shows exactly what my OBS is bringing up. So I pull it up on the computer screen for the link for the actual stream. Waiting for Sparky's Tech Corner to go live. What the fuck's going on? All of a sudden, I look up there in the top right-hand corner. YouTube does a go live button now. Is that you've got to be fucking kidding me? So once the song ended, I paused and waited. I hit the go live button to see what happened, and then all of a sudden the stream's now live. And it's like, you got to be kidding.
No, I think it's reasonable because I think they want to get rid of OBS.
It doesn't matter. You still need some kind of encoder.
You had to have some sort of encoder.
I know, Penn. I think that's the reason of why YouTube is bringing out their own encoder soon.
Oh, fuck.
I mean, well, if they're really trying to kill it, good luck with that.
Oh, again, because they think that people who stream on YouTube is big and important. They're gonna make their own encoder eventually. So I really do think that Google and the Google Illuminatis are going to have their own encoder within.
Yeah, but all you really need is
Sometime
the
a
stream
year.
key. And what are they going to tell? What are they going to tell? Are they going to like hide the stream key so that you can't access it, so that you can't use your encoder? They
I
could
think
try
they will.
that, but then they're going to
No,
ostracize some people.
honestly, I think they're actually going to do so, which is going to be a problem overall. But realistically, it is YouTube.
Yeah, I didn't realize.
So don't hold your fucking breath.
All I can say is, why is anybody streaming on YouTube? I mean, if you're not PewDiePie level by now, it's kind of pointless.
Because I refuse to fucking learn a new fucking streaming platform. Why I'm not going to Twitch?
Which
It's
is not
not
all that
learning a new
difficult.
streaming
There's
platform.
nothing.
It's
There is nothing
nothing to
that
learn.
you wouldn't be able to do on Twitch that you haven't already done on YouTube. Except
No,
now
time
YouTube's
out,
giving you one
time
extra
out.
step.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's really pissing me off. And this is one of the reasons why I don't want to fucking stream to Twitch, because the simple fact, if I want to log in to watch a stream to be able to type in, I got to then log in, then I gotta go to my fucking email, then I gotta get a fucking verification code, then I gotta put that verification code into the
Sparky,
fucking...
that's why you say keep me logged in. God damn it.
I do that! It doesn't keep me logged in! It kicks me out
Gotta
every
be
fucking
you, man,
time!
because I've never had to go through that whole process.
Sparky has so many goddamn
Wow,
problems.
dude, for a guy who's supposed to be, technically inclined, you have tech kind of coming up to you and reaming you out of the ass each and every time it gets.
Yeah.
Fuck man.
I
Yeah, I
am
think you may want to walk. Not only
hardware
are things
inclined.
trying
I
to
am
electrocute
not
you,
software
but software is
inclined.
dicking you over as many times as possible. I really think you might want to step away from the tech industry.
Yeah, just go full
Fuck off.
mechanic, man.
Just become a complete mechanic. I mean, go full blown mechanic. Apparently that's what tech world is telling you. It's like, yeah,
Oh,
no,
God.
software is not your thing. Be a mechanic.
You're more of a hardware rather than a software guy anyway, so
Well, most people like the hardware.
When it comes to software side shit, I get fucking flustered. And, oh man, it's like that fucking want to. I'm the fucking computer person at work. I'm the only one that fucking, in my shop, that's computer illiterate. The only one.
He's the only one who actually learned how to code in his entire shop.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm the one that does all the programming stuff. I'm the one that gets a hold of the fucking engineers, going, "Hey, you're fucking." All right, so I got two repair stories for you. One is from last Sunday, and the one I'm gonna tell now is actually from this week. So
And see, Sparky gets to tell his work stories, and I don't get to talk jack shit.
Your work stories are boring.
What have you done? What have you done?
I had a job. I was let go, and I had another job, and I quit, and I have another job starting tomorrow.
Okay, what's there to tell?
But either way, like I said before, your work stories are kind of boring, repetitive.
But wait a minute. That's just the short. That's the short version of it. Okay.
What,
All right,
did you
let
get
me.
robbed in between of that time frame, because that would be the more interesting portion of it.
All right,
But
let me
no,
go ahead
how
and
I
tell
got
my
this
two.
other job is the interesting part.
All right, let me tell my two stories.
How I
Sparky,
Met
go
Your
ahead and tell
Mother
your-
was an interesting, TV show up to about 3 episodes and became repetitive afterward.
All right,
Go ahead
so
and tell your story, Sparky.
and I was gonna let you tell yours too at the beginning of the stream, and like I said, we got sidetracked with a rant. So
Yep.
I will let you have yours. Let me tell these two, and I'll turn it back over to you. So we have a new recall coming out throughout all of Peterbilt, and it's affecting models from 2007 to now, and it's a mandatory program update for the cab controller. Not that big of a deal. It's a pretty straightforward process. It pays like 2/10 of an hour, so like 10 minutes. That's all warranty pays for it. But there's an issue with it. So the update is to fix traction control light, ABS lights, to go through the cycle to make sure everything's working correctly if it's equipped with it, per federal mandates for federal driving motor regulations. So it's a self-test that has to come up, and the light's got to flash, it's got to go off and tell you if it's working or not. So it's an update to make it compliant. The problem is you got to go through and reflash the cab controller, and it's pretty straightforward, except for we've been running into major issues. And one of the major issues, I can't explain it. I can't get anybody at Peterbilt Motors to explain it. I can't get anybody that does the software level of programming for this to explain it. Nobody can explain what the fuck's going on because they don't know what the fuck's going on. So what will happen is, depends on the make and model. We haven't really pinpointed down what makes and what models because it seems to be random. But you go through and you do the update. And if it goes through and all the settings and parameters transfer just fine, cool. You gotta go back through and set 5 of the settings, depending on how the vehicle's configured, and you're done with it. It's that simple. However, on some models, or most of the models we've been getting our hands on, you go through the update and goes through to flash it, and it fails to flash. So it basically corrupts the software. And then you gotta go back through and then you gotta reflash it. Well, at that point, all the settings get wiped out of it. You don't have the ability to save the settings beforehand because they make it into the program as a mandatory update. So if you try to go past that, it disables the ability to view the controller. So you can't save any of the parameters, you can't save any of the settings, you can't even get into it to look at it. So it's kind of a roll of the dice. You go in and you hit flash and you hope to God it never crashes. And if it crashes, you go through and reset it, then there's about 200 different settings you gotta go back through and reset back to the values that they were. And then even then, you're trying to guess on what settings were set and what settings weren't. But then it gives you an odd fault. It will enable, it will set off like 10 active codes within the computer. And it doesn't matter what you do, doesn't matter what settings you hit, you cannot get these codes going inactive. So I ended up doing a case to Peterbilt and going through on up to like advanced diagnostics, talking to the engineers. They can't explain to me, well, what faults are and stuff like that. Okay, so the case is set. We'll leave that night. Nobody touches the truck. Nothing's on for it. The key's off, and it's just sitting there. We'll come back in the next day. We don't really do anything with it, and we get back all engineering. And it's like, okay, we want a couple screenshots of the computer, this and that, this and that. We get into the controller, and all the codes are inactive. It's like the truck just miraculously fixed itself. Nobody touched the truck. Nobody did anything to it. It just fixed itself. We've had that happen 3 times already. And nobody can fucking explain to me what the fuck's going on. And it's a job that pays 2/10 of an hour that's taking 5 to 6 hours to figure out each truck. And now we're starting to get around to, okay, if it does this, we'll do this and see what happens. So it's one of those touch and go things. But it is so absurd, it's bullshit. That's the first story. And that's what I've been dealing with about 3 or 4 different trucks, talking to engineers. I want to rip engineers' heads off at this point. I think I've talked to several people in those high up diagnostic positions, and they're the ones that take care of pretty much the entire franchise. So if you have an issue, these are the guys in the upper echelon within the company you talk to figure out these diagnostic issues. I have talked to these guys more in the last week than I have in the last 3 fucking months. We know each other by name now. I call them up and, oh, it's you.
Actually, that reminds me a little bit of the place that I used to work at. Before we ended up getting the flatbed machine, the flatbed printer, completely replaced, we were calling almost every single week because something new was wrong with the flatbed. Colors would just suddenly drop in the middle of a print without any explanation. Head alignments would go out of white, would start printing fuzzy when there was no reason for it. Just a whole slew of stuff. And they ended up fighting with HP over this. For almost 2.5 years, they ended up fighting with HP with this one machine. HP kept on insisting, oh, it's user error, it's user error, it's user error. And we're sitting here going, no, you guys have nearly replaced almost every single part on this machine except the casing. You replaced the motherboard, you replaced the hard drive, you replaced the heads, which are not covered by warranty. You replaced the tubes and all that other shit, and it still doesn't work right. The second that they ended up getting HP to finally take the machine out and replace it with like almost a brand new one, it's like, oh, look at that. No more problems. like literally sold a lemon.
It happens.
It-
I have came across plenty of lemon trucks, and they all have EPA 10 MX-13 Packard engines. They are junk. Anybody comes into the shop with EPA 10, I'm like,
No, but you
I'm
know how they
sorry.
basically say that a lemon occurs maybe like 0.001% of the time.
Oh no, it happens more than that.
No. I mean, I mean that there are so few of these machines out there in the world that we literally got the dumb luck of having the 0.01% of it being a lemon. But anyways, that was at my old job. That doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
It just was
And,
kind of fun.
Yeah. But my second story happened. The reason why I didn't stream last night.
On story time.
Yes, we were gonna do this beforehand, but we kind of got sidetracked for other things. So
I went to go get cheese and that, and you still on story time.
cool.
Dear
Yes,
God.
we are. Well, I'm getting ready to start my second story, and then Pen's gonna start her story, and then you can add in your story, and then we'll probably end out the stream. How's that?
I don't
Anyways.
have a story.
Oh
But you're,
well, okay
you're
then.
Grandpa Rogue. Of
Well,
course you have
okay.
stories.
I have no story. Apparently,
yeah.
you know, you two youngers have so much drama in your life that everybody needs to know.
It's not drama. It's just it was something interesting. But
Mhm.
no, and
There was no such thing
I'm
as
I'm gonna tell one on my friend, and if she ends up watching this, and oh my god, wait, I'm sorry, but it's funny. So at the bar I usually drink at, a couple of people that walk there, and one of them is like, they know I'm a mechanic and they know I walk on vehicles and stuff like that. So they came up to me and was like, "Hey, I have this car I bought a while ago, but it's got some issues. You think you could possibly walk on it?" It's like, "Sure. What's up with it?" It's like, "Well, I bought it. I had some work done to it, but it overheats and it's leaking oil and stuff like that." And it's like, "Okay, um, I'll look at it and see what's gonna happen with it." So I was supposed to go out Saturday, and the way her sleep schedule is, she's up to like 2 a.m. and then does other things and then goes to sleep at like 6. She's a night owl, so. And yeah, and the way the schedule is that they'll walk is like 6 p.m. to 3 a.m. So it's my time schedule and that host time schedule just doesn't drive. So Saturday was out. She didn't get up early enough for me to come down to look at it. It's like, fine, okay, we'll do this Sunday. You don't have to go in that night, and I'm only got one other thing, and I think I can get this done fairly quickly. Figure out what's going on. So the plan was to go out to where she lives at late for around 5:00 p.m. Okay, schedule stream at 8 p.m. I should have no issue. It's like an hour there, an hour back. I should have no issue. So I send a message out saying, "Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and leave early because I need to stop by Lowe's and pick some stuff up for the house and this and that." So go ahead and go on out. Get done at Lowe's, like, okay, I'm done. Just let me know when you're up and about. And I get no response back. Like, okay, well, I'm in town. I said I'm gonna go walk on this vehicle, at least figure out what's going on with it. So I stick around. 5 o'clock passes and it becomes 6 o'clock. No wood. I'm still walking around Lowe's and go to Walmart's and this and that. Okay, yeah, I'm still in town. No response. I went to go get something to eat and stuff like that. And then it comes around to about 7. It's like, hey, you gonna get up? And about that time, I get a message. Oh my god, I am so sorry. I overslept. My sleeping. And it's like, I kind of figured it's a sleeping schedule. Do you still want me to come by and look at the car? Yes, please. So I ended up going out around 7, and that's like, well, fuck. I'm not gonna have enough time to get home and get the stream started. It's like, fuck, cancel it. I get out there, it's like, okay, let's see if this is gonna be simple. Let's see if it's gonna be hard. Look at the car.
It's hell of a drug.
Yeah. I go out and look at the car. Jesus fucking Christ. The amount of fucking electrical debauchery that has been done to this car is a clusterfuck. So, apparently, the previous owner, the fans, which has 2 electrical fans, went out on it. Well, instead of saying, "Oh, it's probably the fans," or stuff, hey, diagnosing it or trying to fix it, they rip out all the fucking electrical wiring. They try hacking and splicing into different things. They add a bunch of shit trying to get the fucking fans to work. And I guess because they couldn't get the fans to work, they're like, well, fuck it, we're gonna sell the car as is. And she was unfortunate enough to buy it. And it's like, I don't know if I can fix this. It's like, I've got to get a couple things. I got to test a couple stuff like that. Tested fans out. Fans are bad. It's like, okay, that's part of the reason why it's not working. Now I've also got to repair all the fucking electrical wiring in it. I got to look at it. It's like, I seen what the oil leak is. I'm not touching the oil leak. I got to rip the whole top end of the engine port on it. It's far too in depth for what I want to go into for it. The leak doesn't look that bad. It's just oil residue. Put a little bit of stop leak in it. Should help you out. Steam clean the engine off. I'll get the fans working. I'll fix the electrical on it. She's got 2 brackets on top of the radiator. It's missing. The radiator's flopping back and forth, and it's like I'm not gonna lie. You kind of bought a clusterfuck. Anyways, got the list together. It's like 9-10 p.m. by the time I got done looking at everything. She's got a list. We got parts ordered. They'll be in probably in the next week or so. And then we just, me, her, and like 3-4 other people hung out, drunk beer, and then went home. That's about how my Sunday went last week.
Neat.
Oh. Okay. So you're gonna be going back one of these Sundays.
I don't know when I'm gonna be going back. I'm hoping it's gonna be during the daytime because I don't like walking out at nighttime unless I have a place I can pull the vehicle into. So
I was gonna say, so we should be able to expect another Sunday soon of no Sparky. Got it.
no, it's gonna be during the daytime, or it's gonna be during a weekday, either Monday or Tuesday.
Uh-huh.
Because I know for a fact that Sundays, Mondays, and Tuesdays are open days for both of us. So it's like one of those days. Whenever we get the parts in. I'm still waiting for, I still got electrical connectors about a week to 2 weeks out. And she has still yet to buy the electric fans. So that will be at least a couple days out when she does get it ordered. So I don't know when. Just when we get the parts in.
Uh-huh.
But if it is going to affect the stream, you will know beforehand.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I have a feeling it's gonna affect the stream now. I'm calling it now. You might not think so.
Who's ever left over, you heard it here. All 2 of us. Yeah.
4 of us.
Well, me, Rogue, and Windslayer, that makes the 4.
Myself and Winsler, the only 2 who have involuntarily participated in this conversation. The Winsler has been very quiet, even though he's very windy. Yeah. Apparently, we heard it, the 2 of us, that possibly it might affect the stream sometime Sunday. Next.
In the near future.
Or it
It
may
might not be
not.
this coming Sunday, but it will be a Sunday soon.
Or it may not.
I'm hedging my bets that it is.
I'm just, a very unwilling participant in this particular part of the conversation. Apparently, this is story time with Sparky and Penn.
But that's the whole
featuring
gist. Featuring Rogue, of the Canada.
Of the Canadians. We apparently Very confused, though we did go get some cheese.
Oh God.
That is the only story I have.
God damn
I left because it was going to be a lot of talking. I went to get some cheese and
And we're
talked
still
about the cheese,
talking.
and
We're still talking.
I came back and the stories were still going, and I'm like going, oh, we're still in story time.
Well,
There's only so
Sparky
much
had
cheese on
two.
one
I just
piece.
have a simple one.
So come on, Pen. Tell us your story.
Tell the story, Pen. Tell the story, Pen. Okay.
I'm good. If you don't want to tell a story, if you want to just walk away up and cancel whatever 3 hours that we had because we've got a few more hours to go apparently.
Well, okay, so you remember at least 3,
Sigh.
4 weeks ago when I was complaining, it was on a Sunday show. I was complaining about getting
You complain
screwed
about a
over.
lot of things, Pen. Can you narrow it down a little
Be
bit?
more specific on your complaints.
I was trying to, and then Sparky talked over me when I was complaining about getting screwed
So that's the
over by
complaint that
my
Sparky talked
boss.
over.
Hey, Pen, you did it to me for about a good 30 minutes of today's show. You gotta expect it back.
Fair, fair, fair. And I wouldn't expect it from anybody else other than Rogue.
Better to actually do that too.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So you do remember me bitching about not getting my money, right?
Vaguely.
Because
Apparently, there was a whole hashtag that was totally being produced by one who was Windslayer and the other one who's no longer here.
it was either
He
Winslayer or
bailed a long time ago. That's why there's only 4 of us.
I eventually did get my money after we finished streaming. But we had been talking, and I basically had made the decision that it was not worth the stress going through that all over again.
Uh-huh.
So I washed my hands of it, and I've been looking for employment elsewhere for the last 3 weeks. Actually, yeah, this would be the third to the day. I'd applied to multiple places, and it wasn't until this past week that I actually started hearing back from some of these people. In the meantime, I basically spent my time getting things set up for my own business and signing up for classes, which started this week too. I had a couple of interviews scheduled, and while I was on one of the interviews, I was actually maybe a couple of blocks away from another place that I used to work like 6, 7 years ago. And I was like, oh, I wonder if he's still there, if the owner's still there. I'll just pop in, say hi, catch up, and be on my way. This place is super close to home too. So I go up there. I have my mask on. He opens the door and he gives me like that squinted look, like, "Who are you?" And I'm like, I pull down my mask and he basically says, "No fucking way. I was just thinking about you 2 days ago." I'm like, "Oh, that's interesting."
Creepy.
So we got into talking a bit. We ended up doing some catch up, and he was telling me that the girl that he had working for him had moved out to California, and she's been working remotely for a couple of months now. She's been doing it for a while, not just like immediate. And he's like, yeah, but she doesn't like answering the phones because he forwards all the calls to her, and I get complaints from my customers that she's kind of nasty. I'm like, oh, okay. And then just out of the blue, he's like, so you're looking for a job? How about you start Monday? I'm like, you want me back? He's like, yeah, sure. I'm like, oh, okay. Full time, part time? Part time to start, but I'd really like you full time. And how about this amount per hour? I'm like, sounds good to me. All the while,
Is it
this
more or less than what you were
It-
last time?
Oh, it's definitely more than what I was making with him about 6 years ago. It's technically about the same how much I was making with the sign shop that I was at for the last 3 years. I mean, we're talking maybe about a 50 cent difference, but you know what? For 50 cents, that's like not all of that driving and tolls. I mean, literally one tank of gas will last me the month as opposed to having to refill every single week. So I think the trade-off is kind of fair. Uh, not to mention that earlier in the week, I had also ended up applying for a job. They got back with me. They want me as a freelance position to do vehicle wraps. So it's things that I can do on effectively my own time and do it remotely. So I'm like, shit. Between going back to work for an employer. Now, mind you, I had left this other guy. I just told him, look, when I left him like 6 years ago, I said straight up, I need more money. You know, at the time I didn't have any insurance. I had a lot more fucking debt than I do now. It's like, I need more money, and I understand if you can't afford it, but I need to earn more. That's the only reason why I left. Other than that, it's like, yeah, everything's great. Come back. It's like, okay, sounds good to me. So it's an interesting thing when your brain goes, hey, you know what? Why don't you swing by this place and go say hi for a bit? Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Hey, you want a job? Sure. And then getting the freelance on top of that, it's like, wow, this is a very interesting opportunity. So I figured worst case. Say what, Rogue?
I'd like to point out that Sparky up and left.
Did he?
No, I'm right here.
No, according to the screen, you're gone.
How much of a fucking delay is there?
There's quite a few.
Because I'm seeing on the screen right now, I'm still here.
No, I'm looking at it on my end. You're gone.
Because I got up like 2 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago, and came back.
Oh, so Sparky left for the beginning portion of my story. Great.
Yeah, which I was still listening to because I've got wireless headset.
So what might be Rogue is you're not actually live, because I'm live and it shows Sparky sitting at his desk. Like maybe you're delayed like a couple of minutes or something.
Oh yeah, no, that's true. Right now, with the end of this conversation here, he shows up now.
Wow. Thanks, Sparky. Thanks. You weren't there for my story.
I heard. Why I've got a blue set head. You in the middle of the story. I didn't feel like stopping you and go, hey, continue talking. I can still listen. I'm gonna go grab a soda.
Okay. So that's just it. It's an interesting series of events that led me back to a previous employer, earning just about the same as I was not too long ago, and I know that it's stable work. Plus, I have the opportunity to make freelance on the side on a consistent basis.
Yay.
So, and this will allow me just a little bit more time each week to work on my studies and get some other shit knocked out. So win fucking win. Give me about a year and a half, and I'll be able to, move into the Java development field.
Right, I got it.
Cool.
Well, you got what? You got it back to live?
No. I said Mike Tyson, the fucker. I get it. You're just gonna, knock down a couple of, cans. I get it.
I get what
except
you're
without the speech impediment.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Yeah. I mean, you're probably going to be a better,
Sparky, I was talking about your speech impediment.
Fuck you, Pen.
No, I was talking about Mike Tyson.
No, fuck you, Pen.
I was talking about Mike Tyson. Oh, Sparky, don't be that way.
It could be that way. I mean, I'm not going to say I'm pretty good at the lack of the lisp. It does, rear its ugly head every now and then.
Well, that's okay. Both of y'all has lisps, and I don't grammar good.
Apparently not. No.
I ought to try to I ought to try to dig up some videos before I got my top plate in and let you listen to how it sounded back then. It was worse.
I was gonna say I don't know if I could contain myself if you did.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
As long as he's not saying suckering succotash, I think he's fine.
Threatening succotash.
Something like that, yes.
No,
Okay,
it's
Sylvester.
no.
So
Oh
I would
no,
have to wear like all those gowns just to avoid, spittle.
So one of the things that a lot of people try to do, especially back when I was in high school, is trying to get me to say reroute the Roaring Red River.
Reroute the Roaring Red River.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not difficult.
It's not difficult unless you have difficulty pronouncing R's and W's.
He does have
Reroute the Roaring Red River.
Pretty much.
So you basically Elmer-Fudd it.
Pretty much.
Well, I mean, it's
Now I got a degree of control over it.
see, there you go. You've progressed.
Yep. And when I actually was driving through town today, I actually came across a place that just opened up, and it is a speech therapy center. And it's like, I got to think to myself, maybe
Sparky's
maybe
gonna commit
now.
himself.
Well, no, it's not that. So whenever I went through speech therapy, I had a lot of dental issues that impeded me from being able to do that. Those have been solved. And that's why I can talk a lot better now than what I could back then. So I'm sitting there going to myself, maybe I should give it another go. It's like, maybe there might be some better improvements if I did. And that's something I've been kicking around for like the last couple of days now since I've seen that place opened up.
So when are you gonna commit yourself?
I don't know. I'm still thinking about it.
Well,
Sparky
I mean,
is gonna be in a straitjacket.
unlike Sparky, there, Biden at least is trying to get into politics.
Sparky's gonna find himself in a straitjacket, bouncing off the rails,
Yeah, I mean-
going, "The weight in Spain is this million the plane."
You're such an asshole, Pin.
I love you too, Sparky.
But no, yeah, that's one of the things that I'm still kicking around. I'm gonna talk to Captain Hook, see what she thinks about it. Probably
Hey, any little thing towards self-improvement, that's fine. Go for it.
Well, oh man, you don't understand. Before I started up my YouTube channel, and this was actually one of the driving factors of why I did was my speech, because I started it up like 6 months after I had my top plate put in. So all the videos that are out there right now is after I already had my major dental work done. I never done anything before that. There were some videos I had of me and some other stuff like that, but I never really went out publicly spoke. I did a lot of public speeches when I was in 4-H and Boy Scouts and stuff like that, and I really had to concentrate on it. And that helped me out a lot when I was growing up. But that was actually one of the things that my dentist suggested is like, put yourself out there, put yourself, actually listen to yourself talk. And going through editing videos, well, you're kind of forced to listen to yourself talk as you're editing videos. So it's like, it was good practice, and it's helped me out a lot since then. But I know that I can get better. I know I still have like a slight slur, a slight lisp, and
I just chalk that up to accent, Sparky. Seriously.
Yeah, oh no, yeah, and a lot of people do, and I could pass it off as that, but consciously I know it's not an accent. I mean, I guess you could consider it an accent because it's how I developed my speech growing up. So you can call it a lisp. You could actually call it an accent, but to me, I know what it is. So it's like, the more I can develop and more I can improve on it, the better off I am. And you can I even had people, and you guys can probably say the same thing. Well, if I sit down and actually try to concentrate on what I'm trying to say, and I've got it planned out of what and how I'm going to say it, it comes out damn good. But if I'm speaking off the cuff, huh?
What you actually plan these things? I mean,
sometimes I do. But whenever I'm talking off the cuff, like just in random
that's a lot of trying to get
conversations.
into my own head here, trying to figure out what I'm actually going
shut
to
up.
retaliate and comment in that. That's
Oh,
like,
shut up. But no, just like off the cuff, just random conversations talking, and I'm not thinking about it. I kind of slip back down into it.
It's part of your charm, Sparky.
Well,
There's a
thank
charm.
you.
At least it's better than me sometimes getting tongue tied. It's
Oh
it's
no,
terrible.
some people want you to get tongue tied.
God.
Gross.
But no, with that, now it comes to the end of the show while we wind down and we end things.
I mean, you could always end the show on tongue tied.
Yeah, we could. No, I actually want to take this minute to talk to you, Rogue. Because what I was talking to you about in the back office with STC Garage and
Uh-huh.
the videos I had.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured I'd come to you and ask you about it, about the making that short little trailer. Um, because I mean, honestly, I have an idea of what I want to do and a theme of how I want to present it. Because it's not gonna be like I'm not gonna use. I might use my avatar. I may not. I'm thinking going away from that and just using just like just straight up like STC Garage logo or something like that. Get away from the avatars and stuff like that. Being tied to the channel, but not. And since it's gonna be mechanical, garage themed, sticking to certain aspects, like because one of the things that always sticks out to me is kind of like how the intro video was for my vocational training for diesel techs, and they had it tied around like Smokey and the Bandit and stuff like that. That's kind of why I want to kind of keep it tied up, because it what I do is tied to that country-esque type perspective. So I want to see what you can come up with. And I sent that Google Drive to you with that video,
Yeah,
and it's
no. In the meantime, in between time, like the idea, I'm gonna go with the idea. But for right now, until I know exactly what systems I'm able to actually utilize, until I get the other computer running again, I'm gonna put you on a delay for a few moments, probably a day, maybe two.
it's
I
Rogue.
need
It's nothing.
to realistically, I know the laptop could probably do it. Uh, I don't know if the computer that I have here can actually do it, so I've got to
Yeah.
put it through its paces. It's more of a media type computer. It should be able to do it, but with an i5 with the pretty meh hard drive, you never know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Rogue. It's nothing. It's nothing time consuming.
No, no, I know, I know. I'm not
It's
saying
no
that. I
rush.
wasn't saying it was. I'm just saying I need to put you on the burner on that one. I will get to it very quickly. Like Antoine, like I always ask, is there a time constraint? If so, then you may want to go someplace else. But if there isn't, then give me a few while I figure out exactly what's going on on my end, and then I will piece something together and then send it to you. And you can tell me yay or nay or whatever changes you want. Or if you have ideas, uh, give me the ideas and we can see what we can piece together that will work in your favor
What do you mostly
for whatever
use,
it is.
Premiere or After Effects? Or do
Who?
you have a compilation of stuff that you use, Rogue?
I have a compilation of stuff.
Uh-huh.
I don't have like anything that's one specific. I've got like a whole bunch of different things that I utilize.
Mhm.
It's just right now I am bombarding everything I need for stream for the moment on the gaming laptop to see if it actually will take properly. I'm going to be checking because I just wiped it out. GSV filled it back with some of the back catalog I had from my previous stuff. Now I'm putting in some games, which is put in Grounded. I want to give that a whirl. I'm going to be checking the other system to see if the software will take for it, whether it be Adobe or whatnot. I don't know yet. And put it through its paces to see if that will actually work properly. Then once I know for sure of what the limitations of both systems will be, because again, I'm running everything out of two separate systems, which is very fascinating. Something I wanted to do a while back, but I didn't think I would actually get to it. Now that apparently nature's decided to kick me in
Make
the
that
ass
decision
and kind
for
of go,
you.
nope, this is what you're going to be doing. I've got a two screen happening from the laptop. I've got a single screen happening from the office type computer because apparently it uses DVI instead of everything else I'm used to. So yeah, no Ethernet port. I've got like maybe one. No, I don't even have any for the office computer, which is weird. Regardless, yeah. So I'm kind of, like I said, flying by night here, putting things through the paces. I just got Streamlabs back in. I'm not going to test it yet, but that's a whole different thing altogether. I am going to be giving a test run for Grounded, so right now I'm just kind of going through the Streamlabs to make sure all of the parts and that have connected properly. It's all imported, but again, some places don't look like it imported properly, so I'm going to have to make some minor tweaks.
Oh, thanks for
Uh,
reminding me. I'm gonna have to charge up my laptop.
yeah, but by the looks of it, everything seems to be normal. It's just like I said, I've got to get things to. Oh, okay, cool. That popped in. Okay, so all of that looks good on the. Except for the we'll be right back, but
After these messages.
Yeah.
but
Yeah, like I said, with me, it's no time. It's the channel's been in the making for like 8 to 10 months.
okay. So
It's not
like I
got hard.
said, as long as
It's
you're not in a big rush
no.
for the time frame, that's good. I like that.
Well,
Like I
see,
said,
and
give
we
me about a day or two so I know for sure what I can actually do and what I can't.
all right.
And then I'll be able to cobble something together. But in between that time frame, if you have any parts or any ideas that you want to, add to it, let me know, and then I will kind of go from there. If you have a particular theme that you want to go with, or you have a certain song that you want it layered in, those are other aspects that I'll need most likely. Because Antoine, he was an easy because he had an idea, he wanted certain things, and I went, well, what if we did this? I showed it to him, he liked it, we went with it, and henceforth, why you have the almost like the Stranger Me type theme that he has every now and then.
Um.
So it's
Well, I mean, what I'm looking for, and the reason why I haven't went through and done a lot of this stuff, and if you notice anything about the channel, this channel, I kind of stuck with the same theme since
yeah, I
pretty
know.
much its inception because the background, the logo, everything I've done with it, except for the stuff that Samaj made, has all been stuff I made in clipart
Yeah,
myself, and it's taken literally days for me to make most of the stuff up. And the way I've got set up, I spent so much time trying to get everything made up. Like whenever I use song compilations, if you look down below, and it's something I include in every stream and every video, is music composed by Underwaterbeats. Because whenever I do a lot of fast forward stuff or a lot of add in stuff, I use a lot of the mixes for this channel.
yeah,
So, and I try to credit them because that's one of the things that they want is that's what makes their music copyright free. They just want mention. So anytime I use any of the music, even if I don't, I try to promote them because they use some damn good music. They make
yeah,
some damn good music. But like the avatar, that's the avatar is hand drawn, well traced by me. The background is just the JPEG and all the lettering, like I said, all done in clip art. And instead of going through and trying to make a flashy intro like most people, a flashy design, I'm not good at it. I'm not good at using Photoshop or the art studios and making stuff the way I want it. So I kind of just stick to what I'm capable of. This channel,
no, I get it,
yeah,
and this is kind of within my little area of expertise. I'm going to say
That's
graded,
and
but this
that's
is
why I'm
where
coming
I
to you.
kind of go into the asking of questions.
Oh yeah,
And the reason of why I kind of ask whether you have certain ideas or parts or what you visualize that helps me overall as the creator to get you close to it, because again you have two separate personalities working on a project.
yeah.
Sometimes they don't always work on the same tangent. They may have a different idea. um, so you, the person who wants it done, I'm giving you kind of control over how you'd like to see your vision being interpreted.
All right. Well, so I have an idea, and I don't want to say it's like copy pasted from someone else, but it's kind of the ideal one I want to go towards. Like any of my recorded videos on my channel, it's a 50-second intro,
Yeah.
and I wanted to change it for the longest time, but I could never come up with a good concept to change it to, and the way I've got it, it's the way it is. It's basically opening up to what the channel's about. It's got a catchy beat to it, and that's relegated down to about 30 seconds, at least 25 to 30 seconds. And then
Okay.
afterwards, because I use a lot of copyrighted stuff and I try to make it fair use, I put the fair use disclaimer. And since it's a long disclaimer, I keep it for like 20 seconds. So all in all, the intro is about 50 seconds. I not doing
So
that with this channel.
what if you do a compilation of the videos that you have, like little snippets of I guess key
That's
moments or
that's
interesting moments in that.
all right. Well, all right. So, if you turn to the stream,
And once again,
and I'll, all
remember
right,
this, Adele.
yeah. If you turn to the stream, I've already got the intro preloaded into OBS because my editing equipment's on the fritz, and I can't fucking edit anything on Adobe, not on Adobe Elements,
Yeah.
Premiere Elements, because it keeps crashing the computer, and I haven't figured out why. So all
Oh,
the
by the way,
videos, I don't know. It's some I have to remove it and re-upload it. I think that's what I'm gonna have to do to it. I just haven't got around to doing it. I haven't found the
Yeah.
fucking disc for it. So instead of doing the editing when me and KG, because we're doing the reaction commentary for Anime Watch Club for Clockwork Planet, Saga Tying the Evil, and Goblin Slayer, I've been doing all the edits on the fly. So instead of having to go through an editor, I go through and I do all the button pushes that I need to do to make everything happen that I would do editing. And I just do it all on the fly. And so far, it's worked beautifully. So I've got all those episodes done. All thing I gotta do is upload them, put a thumbnail behind it, and do that. Stuff with this, I can't because I'm recording off the camera, so I had to do some cuts and stuff like that, and I actually have to do some editing. So I've got some time to figure that out. But this is what my regular intro looks like, so let's just go ahead and play it. No.
Okay, I don't like the stretchy thing. Be honest.
Oh, with the logo?
Yeah.
Well, it's the only thing I had access. I couldn't do
No,
anything
I
about it.
understand. I'm just looking. I don't like that.
And
see if we can
I
check that
tried editing that several times to get it better. I couldn't figure out any of the programs to get it to do it the way I wanted to. So I didn't know anyone. I couldn't talk to anyone at the time because I didn't know anyone to go to. So it's like fuck it.
Oh, okay.
And I kept it with that.
Yeah, no, I get it, and now you do. All right, there's a few ways to say that one. I'm gonna have to.
No, that's with this channel, and I don't
No,
plan on
that's
really changing it with
there's
this
that.
channel.
I'm not going. I could probably re-edit that portion, not that hard. But as for the other show, do you have the same kind of similar for what you have here?
Actually, I've got it pulled up on stream. It's actually a channel called Velocity Garage, and while I was
Mhm.
looking for the intro, and it kind of like this, but not exactly, just different my kind of style. But
Yeah.
here it is.
All right, good morning, everybody. We're going to kick off our Wednesday vlog.
But anyways, pretty much like that.
Yeah, no, like I said, there's a delay, so give me a
Yeah.
moment. But either way, okay. Let's see what they got here. All right.
Just oh hey, you get a
That's easy.
wrench.
That's easy. It's just finding the right parts. That's doable. If you want something like that.
Yeah. Now speaking of which, that friend I was talking about, yeah, hello. It's like, uh,
Yeah, I did say hello earlier, so.
yeah, I didn't see it until now. I am so sorry. I didn't have it on the watch screen. I'm sorry. I was busy trying to show different things, but yeah, the intro I want to do for the new channel, something like that, something that incorporates like STC Garage. Like, so I'm not gonna go with the Sparky avatar that I use. Something incorporates something Western style, Smokey and the Bandit ish style type, something like that, and something short and sweet, something like 5-10 seconds long.
It comes back down to you have an idea. I would need, if required parts in that, like for example, you have text that you probably want to have put in. That'd be interesting to have the actual font and that ready to go. Otherwise, I'm building the font, and or if you have a particular, I don't know, style, that's also a good to have.
I haven't came up with any good ideas yet. This is all stuff
If
that's
you have
being
no
built up right
ideas,
now.
then that makes my job
I have
a little
a
bit more easier. Then
yeah.
I get to play around and figure shit out.
Yeah, see, that's the general theme. Like I said, Smokey and the Bandit ish type
No,
style.
I know. You keep saying that.
Yeah,
I
that's
will,
about it.
Yeah.
Something Swan Street, something incorporates a logo. That's about it. Everything else, creative liberties, up to you. Just
creative liberties. I love those. Okay.
Yeah. If I like it, I like it. If I don't, I don't. Until then, I'm gonna be
work on something better.
Yeah, I'm gonna be working on something. If anyone else wants to work on something, you can. It is what it is. Like I said, it's a work in progress. But no. Hello to I can never fucking pronounce her last name correctly. I know her first name, Chloe. I cannot fucking pronounce that last name for shit. I always fuck it up.
I was gonna go with Sison.
Sassoon.
Yeah. Well, because you got a cone at the end and a CC, CC cone. I could be completely wrong. I'm just going basis on how pronunciation could be, but then again.
Yeah, I just go by Chloe. That's it. Because
Yeah,
I just
want to
butcher
make it up
everything.
and butcher the actual name and be a lot easier in my mind. But no, like I said, if there's creative liberties, it's even better.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I will say this much because I give her and I give some people a pass. If she happens to say Taylor in the chat, it's okay. She already knows my first name, so it's like don't accuse her of doxing or anything like that.
Wow. I mean, like I already know your first name.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of how the fucking internet goes.
I know. It doesn't help that Facebook is also a very good location to get people's names.
Yeah, well, I told you my full
I
fucking
know.
name.
And I told you my the GNA Facebook account, and you joined it. I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? Oh, it's Sparky.
Yeah, it's me. It's like, but no, I know she's new to this and stuff like that. But yeah, I go by Sparky on here, so that's my nickname. I go out
It's
walking on
fine.
here.
I tend to
So.
call you Sparkles. It's okay. I mean,
Sparkle,
most people try
sparkly.
to fight on who called you Sparkles first. I'm like, it doesn't matter. He's just Sparkle. He makes his world
God.
sparkle by jabbing it with the Phillips screwdriver and hoping it to not kill him.
Oh, fuck off. I explained what happened in that fucking video.
Oh my God, Penn! I don't think we have to worry about the that game. Is she dead?
Pan,
I
are
think
you dead?
I think Penn died. Yeah, no. I found out that apparently, the Xbox Game Pass actually does store the information on their side. That's interesting. It's good to know. I like that. Now I got to see if it actually runs fine. Because right now the laptop is working beautifully. It's not making any weird noises, even under the strain that I'm putting it under. And the real good test to see if the OBS runs with the actual game at the same time. This is gonna be fun.
Pan probably
Oh
went to
God.
go make coffee.
Either that or she's hanging it with her feet again.
What?
Well, she likes to talk to her socks.
Oh, her cat. Okay.
Well, either that or the one that's lucky, and apparently he's not so lucky.
Lucky gets picked on by socks. So
Yeah, well, I can't call that very lucky. Plus, he also got snipped, which you definitely can't say that's lucky whatsoever. So,
getting snipped is not lucky. Poor
yeah.
cat.
Okay, wow.
Running
This is running like a tank here.
like it is not a good way, right?
Yeah, no. Okay, so it is moving. I'll put it that way. I'm going to have to change some levels on this, see if I can actually get it to. Oh, it would help if I was using the right keyboard. Let's see here. Options. Display. Let's bring it down to very crappy low. Let's see. That probably would apply. But yeah, no. I think it did. Okay, good. Close. And then resume.
Troubleshooting on the fly while live on Sparky's Tech Corner.
Yeah, why not? Makes sense.
One of a kind content here, guys.
My God.
One of
It's
a kind
moving
content.
better than what it did on low. Okay, that's good to know. So, and the graphics hasn't changed too much. Spiders still look big and evil. All right, all right. We're improving. Okay, now like I said before, the only problem would be the streaming side of things. That's going to be interesting.
Maybe you have to relegate that down to Penn.
I might have to. I definitely can't give it to Nemo because his internet is shit. So I might have to get Penn to stream. Oh, that's gonna be fun.
Well, I'm not gonna stream. I'm not gonna stream because one, I'm not playing the game, and two,
No,
I
I know,
don't
I
stream
know.
to
I get that.
Twitch.
That's gonna be fun and interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to give that to Penn until I fix the computer.
Damn the luck.
I know.
But no,
Now I've got to. Okay, now that I've got most of this figured out. Okay, so gaming is going to be on Penn's end of things until further notice. Good, got that figured out. Okay, let's super quit.
but with that, we probably need
Yeah, I think we should be wrapping this bad boy
yeah,
up because we've been doing this for what 4 hours apparently, and Penn probably
one and
went
a
to
half
sleep for.
hours. Who knows? We've had some new people come in. One new person, they probably just jumped in for like a second, said hi and left. So it is
Yeah,
what it is.
I would say
um,
so. That number count hasn't changed too much.
yeah. Well, I do know this much. I ended up giving her the link to the stream. It was like, hey, because I ended up telling her last week. It's like whenever I was walking on the call, it's like, yeah, I also do a live stream and on Sundays, and I gave the link, so I guess she decided to check it out. So yeah, this is
Oh,
what boring Sparky does on the weekends.
well, he talks to weird people
I
and
talk to
people
a
who pretty
lot
much
of weird
berate him
people.
and apparently break the computer for whatever reason. Oh, by the way, would you believe while I was trying to do a bit of sound editing on your end, that is what did in the computer?
Really?
Apparently something while I was processing just said no. And
That's what I run into all the time on my end.
and I'm like, wait, what happened here? And yeah, it just said, yeah, there's a big ass error and we're gonna fix it. I'm like going, okay, Windows. And it just kind of said, yeah, we're fixing it. And then all of a sudden I got this black screen of death, and I'm like going, okay, that's interesting.
All for
Uh,
fucking
let's see
sound.
what happens if I restart. And then, yeah, then I noticed that the fan would just give a bit of a push and it would stop. I'm like, going, okay.
Jesus
Could be the hard
Christ.
drive? No, not the hard.
It's a
It's got to be
programming
something else.
error.
Oh,
Oh man,
I
I
replaced the
hate when
actual hard drive.
I hate when that shit happens. But no, that's not exactly what mine does. Like I said, I use Premiere Elements, which are a really skimpy version of actual Premiere.
Yeah.
Very just cut, dry, and simple. Allows
Mhm.
you just to do clips, edits, add in, and format a new video.
Mhm.
And the program works. I mean, I can do sound change. I got the sound to sound good on my end to a point, but I figured I'd let you try to, because you might have better equipment on your
Oh
end.
yeah,
Just
no,
get rid of that fucking
I do have
echo.
some interesting software in that will probably help eliminate some of the echoing. But yeah, no, at the moment I got nothing.
Yeah.
Uh,
But on mine, it's whenever I go for a hit render,
mhm.
I don't know why, it seems like it taxes the system a lot.
It does.
And it maxes everything out. It maxes the RAM usage, it maxes the CPU usage, and it goes through and processes it. And it gets like 30 to 40%, like it's going through and doing something, and then it just crashes.
Nope,
And
fucked up. Yes.
yeah, but it doesn't blue screen the computer. It did that once before on my old motherboard, but it hasn't done that with this one, except for
Yeah.
recently. And I think it's because I just need to uninstall and reinstall the program. I'm not entirely sure. As soon as I find the fucking program, that's one of the things I'm going to be doing is that. But until then, I don't have any kind of editing software.
Yeah, no, at the moment, nor do I. I know I do. It's just not off this computer.
But yeah, that's
The
why.
other editing software I do have, which I kind of use frequently on a few different projects, which is Wondershare, which is it's a simplified piece together kind of thing. It is on the laptop, which is great, but it does unfortunately become a resource hog because of the audio side of things. Funny thing is the video portion of it doesn't cause problems. It's the audio for whatever reason that does. So if you're ever having to process audio, you have to have a different system just for that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I
You
really
know,
wish.
it's just the way how a video has been always looked upon and has improved over time, but audio is still as archaic as fuck.
Yeah, I just wish that I can get rid of. I just wish I could get rid of echo in the video itself, but it's like
Well,
I've
it's
got. I put
yeah.
blankets up on the wall to help deaden the sound. The problem is, it's such a fucking big area, and
No, and that's where the
I
problem
can't get
is.
rid of it.
It's the even if you have something that's centralized, you're still going to have a degree of echoing. And the only way to get rid of that is what I mentioned earlier. Once you kind of utilize the software, well, and again, it's different softwares to help reduce or cancel out some of the echo. Um, you end up having to use other presets in order to boost up the bass or whatnot in
Yeah.
order to
Well, I've got software. I can't remember the name of it, but I've got it on the computer, and it allows me to level out all the sounds to sound equally. So if you're from far away and they come up close up, or at one point the volume is like lower, then like if I talk real low and then talk real loud, the software equalizes everything out and makes it sound equal, and it doesn't distort it. But the problem is, it also does that for the background noise.
yes, it
So
does.
it will also amplify the echo.
Mhm.
So, and that's another thing. So
Yeah.
it's like one of those deals. I gotta take care of the echo first, and once the echo gets taken care of, then I can level out the audio to make it sound
Yeah.
equal, and go from there. And there's a number of ways I figured out I can go around it. I can just film what I'm doing, don't worry about the sound, and then post editing, go through and narrate over it. And that's one
That's
way I
one
can
way of
do
doing
it.
it. Most
Um,
tend to do that.
yeah. Um,
Some do that while they're on the fly. So, I don't know. There's certain equipment that comes like a remote for turning on and off whatever functions that you need.
yeah.
So
And
that
and
is
and there's that. And and a lot of the stuff that I'm gonna be doing, there's not a lot of things I'm gonna be doing in the shop. So just this one particular thing I'm doing is in the shop. I can easily do a trailer sitting here in the computer and just formatting something up for the green screen, because that's one of the best things about having a green screen is I can impose myself anywhere I want
I
if it
know
comes
it's
up to
great.
it. But a lot of
It's
stuff,
almost like your time, what was it? The master of time and space.
mhm,
Almost like you have a little miniature TARDIS, just
yeah,
green.
yeah, I can do that, and a lot of stuff I'm gonna be doing. It's gonna be. I know I can do at the desk. I like going through like how J1939 systems works, or kind of like that issue with the program I was talking about on Peterbilt trucks. That's kind of videos I'm gonna be doing on that channel. It's like help guides of if you run into this issue, troubleshooting basic diags, videos like that. Most of that stuff I could do down on the computer. Some of the hands-on stuff, yeah, I'll have to go out in the shop and set something up. But
Yeah.
whenever I'm doing that, I can do it at point of view, camera level, and then narrate over what I'm doing. I'd rather just do it on the fly, but it comes down to it that I can't. Oh well. There's plenty of different ways I can go around it.
Oh, no, there's a bit. No, like I said, once I get the other stuff in, because right now I'm just going through the computer that I'm talking on at the moment. Apparently, I'm going to be getting rid of some of the actual games here. Because this fucker runs like a tank. When you throw games in it. I'll see if the one if the Wondershare works first, then adding in a bit more taxing different softwares and go from there. But yeah, I think I should be able to get at least three of my softwares in here that actually work for this.
Oh, cool.
Half my things.
Um, yeah, but with that, let's go ahead and wind down.
Yeah,
Um,
no.
Final plugs.
Monday. Obviously, I would like to stream something, but I don't know if I'm able to. So that will be a test of, wits. Who will succeed, who will fail. I think the machine is going to master it, Rogue. So, but again, who knows? I might actually whip it. So, we'll see. I'm going to give that a good college try tomorrow, as per usual. Otherwise, if nothing works properly, at least I gave something. I have some editing that I need to do for Weeb Wednesday, obviously. So that's going to be interesting. But in the meantime, and in between time, obviously Tuesday will be at least a group gaming for the Grounded. Um, Hopefully we'll get Penn to actually stream that one. So yes, we'll see. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, Penn is muted and not around, so I'll just go ahead and show my portion of it. Right now, me and KG, we've done all of Clockwork Planet. We have done 5 episodes of Saga of Tanya the Evil, and KG's brought you up plenty of times in that show.
Of course. I mean, I've watched him going, yeah, that's something I'd pull. No, I wouldn't do it that way. I'd do it a little differently.
Yeah, he's
But I like that
you,
idea, though.
He's brought you up a couple different times, and he's totally fallen head over heels for that show, and I don't blame him. It's a good show.
Realistically, the beautiful thing about this show is that she actually does teaches people what they need to do in a very short time frame.
Oh yeah, and he's commented on that too. This Tuesday we were gonna be recording the another 4 episodes of it, but I decided to go. Let's go ahead and do 4 episodes of Goblin Slayer. That way, once I get those 4 episodes done, I've got 4 weeks worth of content I can start uploading. And my goal is, because I'm doing the Watch Club a different way, I've got the sound enabled very slightly, but everything else I've got the Matrix ring behind it. I've got the logo imposed over it. It's us commentating over it. I don't think the ID bot is going to give us any issues, but
It shouldn't. But
in case it does, I want to upload at least 4 weeks worth of content from all 3 episodes, so I can take care of it now. Let it hit it now while it's in privated on linked before it actually goes out. That way, if I have to do a counter, I've got 30 days to do it, and I won't have an issue with it. So I'll have all 3 series we're doing out 4 weeks worth, because it's being released 1 episode a week. And then we'll finish up Tanya, and then finish up with Goblin Slayer. I'll get the rest of those uploaded, and hopefully go on from there. But hopefully that will be coming out soon. I'm hoping at least another couple weeks.
good. Yeah. No,
Besides working on stuff for the new channel for STC Garage, and maybe a stream here and there on 7 Days to Die. Really nothing else planned on my end of things. So yeah. That's about it for today. We went on a little bit longer than what we go on for, 4 hours and 45 minutes. Oh well. It is what it is. I don't go into this with a set time limit. It's just whatever comes to mind, what we talk about, and when we get tired of talking in the stream. I got no set. I don't have a set time frame, so.
I know, which is very weird, but I've grown accustomed to it.
Hey, it's weird for some. For me, it's whatever. Like I said, I don't go by what normal streamers.
No, like I said before, I've grown accustomed to it. Even though I find it a little strange, I've kind of accepted for what it is. Do as the Romans do.
Yeah. So with that, if you like the video, please like, subscribe, hit the bell notification if you want more. Do it, don't, I don't care. And we'll see you guys on the next one. And well, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it, Ben. Bye everyone.
Wow. I'm surprised you don't have that on record.
What, that? It's
No,
like,
her saying her goodbyes and that, just to hit the button
I
and call
need
it
to.
in.
I need to record. I need one of these days. I need to clip it just so I can just play it when she's muted and gone like this.
Yeah,
Because I guarantee it. I guarantee it. We'll end the stream, and I'll be going through the things, and she'll come back. What I missed, guys.
Yeah, of course.
If it happens, I will type in the chat going, "Oh yeah, pin now returned." So, with that, see you later, everyone.
Night.
Hear that roar of thunder. Hear those tires scream. Is every boy's hero, every lady's dream. Flying down highway heading west in a streak of black light called the Bandit Express. Look out, the bandits coming, tires screaming, engine humming. Looks like the bandits on the move. Look out, the bandits coming, bet your money and warn the women. Tell those smokies all to take a rest, 'cause they'll never get the Bandit Express.
You don't have to.
Alright. We're playing the fucking music. I'm calling right now. She came back. So, okay, now we're streaming in and out again. See ya.
Take a detour.